I'm going to do today is start off with the app I built yesterday. I'm going to explain this app, and it's basically Fibonacci retracement tool that I created into an app for beginner investors. So you can see it on the screen right here, and essentially Fibonacci retracement tool is a technical indicator that investors use. And I think this tool usually is used more by traders. However, it does have value for beginner investors. What I did was I originally found out the problems and pain points that beginner investors have with this tool. I'm very familiar with this tool, and I'm very familiar with my original journey into investing, and understanding this tool I could tell was like one of the most difficult tools for me to understand. And I also noticed it was one of the most used tools that I noticed people who I saw as experts when I was starting were using. And I saw like it was easy to see like the different lines and how they came into play, but I had no idea how these lines worked. And the main thing was like how to apply this to a chart. That was like the most difficult thing. So essentially, beginners could go and learn technical analysis. They could go and learn how how a chart works, how to read a chart, and then they could learn how this tool works. Or they could just go to the app that I just made and they could type in the stock ticker that they want to apply this technical indicator to, and they will get, so in this case, like I did Coinbase, and I checked a few different stocks, and I'm using Coinbase right here because I noticed that Coinbase has been following this technical indicator very closely. And one thing I noticed basically early on in the investing game is that a lot of these technical indicators have a lot to do with price action, because a lot of investors and traders use these technical indicators, so they buy and sell at certain levels according to these indicators. So I would find that like certain stocks followed certain indicators more than others. So like these becomes kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, in the aspect that people will get into them and people will like make decisions. People will go on to trading websites and they'll post the charts with these certain tools, and they'll tell people like, I see this price is coming up to this line, I'm planning on selling here. And a lot of people will follow that information, and they'll go and do the same thing. All right, so looking at this tool right here, so I'm going to, let's see, scale this out. And first, like I typed in Coinbase, the ticker for it, and it says, according to this indicator tool, this is a likely sell. And of course, like I've made sure to put likely in there because none of these tools will give you any certainty. They only kind of give you more likelihood of what's going to happen. And I made sure when I made all these apps and when I'm making all these apps that I'm doing that because this is for beginners especially. And I want beginners to understand that using all these tools will just give you like more information. So like in my opinion, like I've been buying Coinbase recently, and I think it's a good time to buy. Like I've been buying it. Um so basically this says likely sell. So I kind of like disagree with what this says, but according to this indicator, that is the correct like read from this tool. And it's saying like, gives some explanation like this stock is in a growth era. It hit the floor at 31.55 on January 6, 2023, and it's been climbing since, reaching the peak at 4.44 on July 18th, 2025. We're now looking for where it might catch its breath, the pullback before the next push. All right, so essentially it hasn't started the next push yet, And for beginners, you don't want to, like, the main like kind of theory is you don't want to try to catch something and like predict when something's going down. Like just think, okay, I think it's going to stop going down and it's about to go back up. You want to wait till it starts going back up. And it kind of looks like that, but at the same time, it hasn't, like, actually done that enough that I would say like a beginner could be confident in that. But this tool, like, it helps you really understand so much. So like scrolling down to the whole chart, this stock is only like 5 years old, and this is perfect also for this tool because this tool shows about 5 years of data. And let's see, essentially you can see where it started up here, and the tool is applied to this 5 year span. It's like right at the top line, and then there's the bottom line down here. There's a lot of hype when this came out. It quickly tanked pretty big, stayed down at the bottom, and like this is where like it was able to like really apply this chart. So you can see it'll come up and it'll hit the bottom line, and then that will be like a resistance. So like it would hit that and then people would sell, and then kind of the same level buyers would come back in. It would go up to that level again of this bottom line, and it would get pushed back down and people would sell it again. And then you see when it breaks this line, it came all the way up to the next line. So now that it's up at the next line, it got pushed back down. And then when it get pushed back down, this original bottom line became where buyers started getting in again, because this was like the support now. So now it came back up to this next line. It bounced down a little bit, but then like it came right back up, came up to the next line, which is like, this is like the golden ratio. This is like the main line traders are looking at usually. So anyways, it hit that, it kind of got rejected, it came up, and then it's bouncing around between like the line above it, or two lines above it, and the golden ratio, and it kind of stayed in there for a long time. So then you can see it's like it's really responding to these lines a lot, right? The history of this stock. So I could look at this stock and say like, okay, this stock really respects these lines throughout its like whole lifetime for the most part. And yeah, like it's high, it came up above here, and now what it's doing right now is it basically like has been like coming down past these lines, and it looks kind of uncertain, right? Is it gonna like come back and hit this line again? Is it gonna like stay bouncing around here? So really like the way I think a beginner trader should look at this is like, if it came down here, like this is what kind of like the explanation is saying up at the top, that it's likely a sell, because the way it looks is like it could still come back down to this bottom line. That would be like, once it hit this bottom line, I'm guessing that if I were to search this stock again, it would say like a likely buy. So essentially, uh, it comes down here, and most likely the history of this stock, it's gonna be finding support here, and if it came down here and bounced back up, then who knows where it's gonna go. But as far as beginning investing goes, in my opinion, you only want to be focused at the beginning on just like when to buy. Focus on like one thing at a time. Um, do like a dollar cost average method where you're just like taking what you can afford, even if it's like $10 a week, $10 a month, whatever it is. And essentially start finding stocks that you like, stocks that you believe in, businesses that you like follow, businesses you believe in, businesses that you use, businesses that you think will grow in the future. And then you can go and you can type in their ticker to all these tools I have. And if you look in the description of the video, you will see a list of all the tools that I made so far. And when you check those out, basically you can like, try them all, get different reads from each different tool, and then you can take all that information together and get like, a better idea of what's likely to happen in the future. And on one hand, like most people, most like expert investors, make a big deal about like you should do your own technical analysis. And I understand that because like if you're just following someone else's technical analysis and you don't understand how it works, then basically like you're just going with what other people say. So you want to be able to like understand this yourself so that you can like apply it yourself and like do your own technical analysis and make your own decisions so that you're learning from your mistakes and you're actually like getting better and you're not just blindly following people. So all these tools help with that. And the way I set this up is like if you're a beginner, I mean, this is going to make it so you can understand this tool in like 5 minutes, right? And you can just read what it says for each stock. And like the more you use this, the better you'll get an understanding of it. And then by the time like, you could just go if you wanted to and just like use any kind of like other indicator or other business that has an indicator like this, and you wouldn't need this anymore because you would already understand this. And this would be a lot easier than you going out and you like finding out, taking a course or like educating yourself on how all this works. So essentially, this was like the main function of this tool, right? But I added extra things on it to make it better. So let's see here. If you scroll down, then you basically see the Fibonacci levels, right? And they show like what percentage of a move up it is from where it marks the bottom at. They call them like different names, like the certain levels, different names on different indicators and stuff like that. But I'm trying to make it as simple for beginners to understand. So I changed like the wording to make it what I would think more easy or easier for beginners to understand. So the way I would probably want to change this later. I have it set up basically so like it does what I think it would do to help beginners, and then if people actually use it, I can go and change little things like this where AI instructed me to, phrase all the language as like a bar friend. But I don't really like that analogy, and it just kind of did it on its own, but it's not that big of a deal right now. So essentially, it's giving you more information. Like in the last 5 years, the golden zone acted like a trampoline 5 times out of 15, 33% win rate. It didn't hold 10 times. So, what this is doing, in addition to showing you this indicator on the chart, is the AI is built into this app. So, it's going back through the history of this chart and it's counting each time. In this case, where the sweet spot, the golden ratio. This is like the main level that most traders use, and it's looking at this throughout history and it's counting every single time that it like either hit this line or went past this line. And then it's kind of like doing math to figure out like the percentage, like how much did it go up, how much did it go down, how big was the move when it went up, how big was the move then it went down. So it hit it 15 times over the past 5 years, 33.3% of the time, like exactly a third of the time, it bounced. And then the average price like gain when it bounced up was about 40%. So the 10 times it didn't hold, I see this is something else I would think to add just right now is I would want to put the percent that it like average went down when it didn't hold. But right here it shows that like it doesn't show the average, but it shows the percent each time that it moved, each time it touched that zone. So you can look starting from like the most recent time. So the price when it hit uh and then essentially like 30 days later what the price was and how much that change was. So like the price and then like 30 days later what that price was, what the percentage change was. So you can have a better idea, and this isn't just like stuck in time. Like in the future it'll automatically go and like, if it hits it again tomorrow and then you check it a month later, it's going to tell you what that percentage move was. So you can look and you can have a better idea of like, okay, when it hits this is kind of what it does and how much it moves over the next 30 days. And usually when it hits that, you can see 2 times out of 3 that it goes down. but there's no reason to frown because that's just another buying opportunity. And we all come together, make unity, and help each other get it because this is all about abundance, and this is all about abundance mindset, letting people know that there's enough out here for everyone. The amount of money, I mean, you can look up how much money is flowing through these financial markets, and it's trillions of dollars, right? So I mean, like you making like $100,000 or $1 million out of that trillion is like really crumbs. It's like really nothing. Like it's like the market wouldn't even notice. And like everybody has the opportunity to do this. Everybody has the opportunity. It's super. When you look at like a list of all these charts and you look at like how they're applied on a stock, and you're a beginner, it can seem super confusing, especially when people have like multiple charts or multiple indicators over a chart. So this helps a lot too with beginners because they can just go and they can check out each different tool that I've created, and they can do it one at a time. So they don't have to like pile these up on top of each other, but then they'll still get the information and they'll get a better read of like what the best move is for them at this current time. So I think that's all about. I think that's about everything that I've got to say about this app that I made yesterday. And like last thing I would say actually is this tool shows historical patterns and probabilities, not guarantees. Always do your own research before making any trading decisions. I should change that to investing decisions because I feel like as a beginner investor, you shouldn't even be concerned about trading until you've been buying for a decent amount of time and you become more confident that you're buying the right things at the right time, and you don't really know that until time has passed and you can see if the decisions you made worked out or not. So yeah, that's pretty much the breakdown of this tool from yesterday. It is free to use. I'm trying out different APIs, which is essentially different financial services that I'm getting the information from with the different apps every day to get an understanding. They all work a little bit differently. This one has the best feature as far as like the amount of times that a person can use it in a day for free. So this one I think is like 250. So it would take like 250 searches before this app like stop showing data for a day, and it'll just probably come up with an error message that says out of tries for the day, come back later. So essentially, like this is all free. All these apps, everybody that's in the audience, it's gonna be free right now. Take advantage of it while it's free because essentially, as you can see, this is a challenge where I'm going from as a beginner coder, beginner vibe coder. I'm a beginner coder. Like I didn't know anything about coding until like maybe a little over a month ago when I like started hearing about this stuff and started doing some research on it and started teaching myself the basics of coding, and then started like made my first app, and then the second app I made was like day one for this challenge. So after I get these apps down and they get better and if people start using them or when people start using them, then I would monetize it. But until then, I mean, I'm saying like all the audience, everybody that's tuned in, they can use these for free. Just let me know what you think if you can, like leave comments, suggestions, what you like about it, what you don't like, especially what you don't understand about it, any kind of features you would like to see. So yeah, I'm just getting into the abundance mindset. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna get into the next app. I'm going to essentially treat each app. I've been doing every day, treating each app kind of like it's its own business. So I'm doing. I've got a list behind me that is like all the steps I'm taking, and I guess first thing I'm gonna do is erase the information that I wrote down from yesterday. Yeah. All right. So yeah, also like I just working on my new setup. This is like day I think 3 of my new setup that I just switched over from my laptop so I could my laptop was good for so long until I started getting into AI stuff, and then it was like two different projects I was working on in 1 week where it was like, your laptop is really not going to be able to handle this very well. And I was like, oh, okay. The first one I was like, okay, whatever, I'll just like figure a way around it. And then like a week later, when I'm starting like setting the stream up, it's like yeah, your computer can't handle this. And I was like, okay, I need to get something new, something better. So that's what I did. And the first day I set it up, there was a bunch of problems with the stream, like could be expected. But I'm learning as I go and making it better and fixing these problems. So yeah, I'm just kind of going around now and making sure that everything is running right from the start. And let's see here. That's where I gotta go. Okay. Just checking that the title and what you call it, information transferred over. It looks like it did. Uh yeah, so cool. Here we go. And just going with the flow, doing what I know. Next thing is the next thing, and that is starting up the next app. So I would switch to cursor for this. All right, so essentially vibe coding. If you're new to this, just like I am, I've got cursor, and I started with cursor because I was advised by AI to use cursor because it was like the simplest service and it costed the least amount to use, and it would basically explain more about like what I'm doing. So as I'm using it, it moves slower and it has more explanation as like what's going on. And there's a lot of tools out there. This one was only like $20 a month, and the main thing is like I'm using Claude Code. Like Claude Code, I can use Claude Code inside of Cursor, inside of what's called the terminal. And at first, I would like switch from Cursor to Claude Code, but now as I understand it more and more, I'm really only using Claude Code right now. It's like I'm barely using Cursor at all. So pretty soon, I don't see any reason to keep paying that $20 extra for Cursor, and I will switch to, I think I've been recommended VS Code, that I can run Claude Code in the terminal there. So I found myself upgrading Claude Code already, and I really like what Claude Code is doing. I'm understanding it more and more every day. At first, it was just running way too quick, and I had no idea what was going on. So I would like find myself like switching back from different LLMs like Claude and Gemini to help me with the process, and I would run into a lot of problems that I couldn't fix very well. I started finding out that most of the time, like Claude Code would be able to fix these problems a lot better than like the LLMs I was using. I would just have to give it the right prompt. And now I'm finding that in the past where like an LLM would kind of like lead me in circles, I'm catching it kind of right away. And if it's trying to like take me in the wrong direction, I'm able to stop it and tell it like, I don't think that's the right idea. Like we should actually do it like this. And I'm saving a lot of time, avoiding a lot of problems, saving a lot of tokens. So essentially, how this works with Claude Code is when it works, it's using tokens when it's processing stuff and coding stuff, and you get a certain amount of tokens based on what your plan is. So one of the first major lessons that I learned is like, I was advised to like plan things out really well before I started the project. So I would do that, and then I would give like the whole plan to Claude Code, and it would like try to do the whole project. So when it would do that whole project, it would take a while and it would cost a lot of tokens. And then it would get done, and because it was doing so many things at once, it wouldn't really turn out like how my original vision wanted it to be. So I'd have to go back, and then I'd have to tell it to like take a lot of things out and change a lot of things, and then that would take like more time. I have like an extra set of tokens. So now I realize how important it is from the start to make sure that I do things like one step at a time. Like have like when I'm creating the planning, to break things down into steps and to first focus on just like the main function of the app, so I can make that and then make sure that's right. And then I'll just like stack other features on top of it. And then I'm not really too worried about the design right now, because I'm more concerned with like if people are using it. And when I make the sites, the apps live, I have tracking hooked up so I can tell like if people are clicking it and what they're clicking. So I can see like, once like I see that like one app is used way more than the others, then I'll go in and I'll just like make the design better, the user experience better. But until then, it's all about like, making one app a day. This is the first phase of the challenge. So I'm just making each day I go live, I'm making a different app, and then I'm just putting it out there for free for people to use. And you can pick whichever one you choose. So no time to snooze on this. I see a lot of potential here. I have no fear because it's only going to get better in the future. I feel like just the way the technology is improving, understanding this now is going to give me a huge heads up. I was even just watching an interview with the creator of Claude Code before this podcast, and he was talking about like when he made Claude Code, he made it to like work in a terminal. And he thought that like, after a few months of it being made, that it would be upgraded to where like people wouldn't even need to use the terminal anymore. And he's really surprised that people are still using the terminal to use Claude Code. So essentially, what I'm seeing with that is like once it's out of the terminal and people will just be giving it prompts and it'll be making stuff, it'll probably get a lot better to where it's like fixing bugs on its own. But I'm really wondering, like, is it going to show the process? Are you going to be able to see what it's doing? Are you going to be able to understand what it's doing? Because if you're just blindly following it and you're not understanding it, then it's going to be more difficult, in my opinion, to like grow and learn and make better apps and understand how these apps work and like, different like areas of development and stuff like that. And I mean, I still got a long way to go. Like, I mean, I'm a beginner. I'm imagining, because like this channel, I'm setting it up so beginners can see how vibe coding works, how coding works, and they can see my journey from like start to finish, and they can see as I grow and I get better, making the process better. As with any business, you want to set up systems. And if you're building a business, if you're like building anything that you want to monetize, you want to basically be the CEO. You want to be only, you want to be really not only, but spending the majority of your time focused on CEO activities like running the business. Um, so to do that, you want to be setting up a system. And when you set up a system for a business, that way you have everything as you go and you're creating this system, and then you get it down to where like the system is locked and it's set in. Then you can start hiring people, or even going on Claude Code and coding your own employees to follow a certain system. So basically, like then you like break processes down into systems. You get someone else to do it. So then that's like out of your hair. You're not worried about that. You can go and you can focus on the next CEO task of growing the business. Because if you just don't do systems and you just like stay doing everything in the business is not going to scale very quickly. You're going to be doing a lot more work, and you're not going to have very much time or mental energy to keep your focus on, growing the business, making the business better. And like back to the, abundance mindset stuff, back to like all this stuff is mindset and it's all energy. And I mean, everybody has just like, different amounts of like mental capacity, different amounts of energy. Anybody, in my opinion, it's like a skill to train yourself to become, you can build your focus over time, you can build your endurance over time, whether it's mental or physical. And in this case, for like a business, whatever you focus on, or in life, whatever you focus on is going to expand. So if you focus on abundance and you focus on, just like providing value for other people, not expecting anything in return, then you will be likely to see more abundance. If you focus on scarcity, like, how can I just make money? Like, what's the quick way to get some money? Like, how can I, like, get the better end of a deal, stuff like that. Like for me to win, somebody else has to lose, and like, you know, just stuff like that. That's scarcity, and then you're more likely to see more scarcity. And to follow up on that, when you have a business, you know, whatever amount of you invest your focus into that business is going to be like the better it gets and the quicker it grows. So if my main issue myself as an entrepreneur is I have too many good ideas and I have too many business ideas that I want to start. But if I scatter my focus out across different ideas, then they're all basically going to grow really slow. Where if I can just like laser focus one thing, just like stay focused on that, then it's like it will just grow so much quicker. So yeah, give thanks for abundance mindset. Give thanks for solving people's problems, finding problems in the world that you can help people with, and getting to the next level like that. So yeah, basically, I think I'm gonna move into starting the next app. And like I said, I'm gonna break it down like I would start any business. I got the list behind me, essentially, of let's see here. There we go. All right, so like the first step is going to be finding the problem that I want to solve. Second step, build the vibe for the vibe code. Third step, name the app or whatever I would be coding. Then I'm going to go on to the build phase. I'm going to do the plan. Yeah, that works better. So I would do the plan. Then I'll break it down into steps. Then I'm going to create all the files. Then I would build it. Then I would test it locally. I would test it on my computer. Then a new step I added today. Took out some steps before, getting the system down better. New step I added today. After I test it locally and it's working how I want it to work, I'm going to analyze it for improvement. The main thing I'm going to be focusing on right now in my analysis is trying to determine whether the app is over engineered or under engineered and why. So, I'm going to start like focus on kind of one thing at a time for analysis. I think that's like for me right now where I'm at, that's the best thing for me to focus on. And I'll go there and do that. Then as far as the next phase, it would be shipping it. So we'll push it over to GitHub. I'll explain what that is when I get to that. And then from there, I send it over to Vercel, and I'll explain what that is when I get to that. And on Vercel, I can set up a tracking. I used to use Google Analytics. Vercel I found is a little bit easier, takes less time. I'm still using both. And like right now, I'm also trying to kind of like use as many different tools as I can and do it like one at a time so that I try to do it one at a time so that I learn it better. And yeah, respect to Darkle. You are correct. I'm still not coding yet. I'm just yapping. So right now I'm just explaining what I'm gonna do because I feel like it's important to who is watching that they understand what's going on and they have a better idea. Because like when I'm doing a new project, I don't just like start coding right away. It's all about like a process. And if I were to skip the process part and to just like go straight into coding, then I've learned like that maybe that works for other people, but for me it doesn't work better. And I'm guessing for beginners that if they were to follow a process that it would work better for them and they would have a better understanding of what they're doing over time and they would be able to make better projects. So that's why I'm doing that. So yeah, I think I just ran through. Oh yeah, the last thing I would do is I would test it live. So like when it's on the internet, then I can test it, make sure it's working like on the internet on my phone. Then I would maybe change the link depending on what it is, send the link out, and then I would go into the marketing process. And essentially, yeah, I haven't really got into the marketing yet. Like I already understand marketing pretty well. So, I mean, basically like all this is marketing too. Like, the audience is like getting information not only on how to code on here, but all about abundance as well, like abundance mindset information, which is where this channel started. And you guys are also getting information as far as investing, especially investing for beginners. Like if you're not an experienced investor, you're not buying individual stocks, even like indexes, right? Like where would you want to get started? There's going to be a lot to this, and I'm going to be making products for you that if you're a viewer right now, you can check out for free, and you're like one of the early testers. So, letting you guys use all this stuff for free in the hope that if you guys can leave some feedback on what you think of the apps, how it works, what you like about it, and then over time when it makes sense, I would monetize it. And like the main reason I would need to monetize it because if more people are using it, then I'm going to be having to use paid APIs. Right now all my APIs are free, so essentially when I switch over to paid APIs, I'll be needing to pay to get the information for these apps to work. So at a minimum I would just need to like start charging just to cover those costs. But just like any business, it's all about like providing value. Like I'm thinking like how can I provide the most value to the most people? And then like I'm not even focused right now on like how I'm gonna make money off of that. I'm just like right now, just keep my focus on like providing value to people. And then once I find out that like people are getting value from what I'm doing, then I can focus on different ways to monetize it. All right, so yeah, getting started with the project. I'm gonna go through the process that I usually use, essentially to get this started. Okay. So I'm gonna go into Gemini. I'll at least start the process under Gemini. I've been just like I feel like Gemini works more like how my brain works. I understand it better than I feel like the way the kind of like the order that I use the LLMs in. I started out with ChatGPT, then started using Claude a lot, and I like Claude a lot better than ChatGPT. Then I started using Gemini, and I noticed they all are like better kind of on certain things. But as far as like me planning and like talking to it about something, um, especially when I'm like using my own voice to talk to it, I seem to like work better and get in better flows with Gemini. Claude LLM would be next. Claude just like I don't know, like it's like doesn't seem to understand me as much as Gemini understands me. And GPT, I barely even like use that anymore. I pretty much only use that for like business stuff, like once in a while, kind of like as like a third opinion. GPT, I don't know, it feels like it's become more and more restrictive to me as far as like the information it gives. Like, yeah, it just doesn't like I just find it like I get better information with the other LLMs, whereas like GPT used to be to me like the best. But anyways, I'm gonna start this process with Gemini, and let's see. Hey Gemini, I'm ready to start making a new app for today. I'm live on stream right now, and I'm not even sure what this app is going to be. So it's going to be for beginner investors. I know that that is my audience. So I want to start out by you giving me a list of of technical indicators that investors use, and I will pick one from the list. So yeah, I've been using technical indicators for many years. And when I started out, I learned them all, pretty much all of them, and I used them all. And over time, I found out that I started using less and less to right now. It's pretty rare that I even use them anymore. Like I can just look at the chart and it just like I can kind of like see it myself and I kind of understand like what's there. And it's rare that I even have to go back and like check them out. But what I'm finding is like even as an experienced investor, that when I'm making these tools, it's providing me with information that I never had before. Like I was like, you can look at the first apps that I made, and they're like much simpler. And as I make more apps, I'm understanding it better, and I'm getting better at making the apps with like better features. So now I'm starting to like make these beginner tools that have like features that like even an expert would use, and even an expert could get value from like these features as far as like it would save them a ton of time of how they used to have to do things manually before AI came out. So now, they're just getting better as they go, and I'm just trying to stay with the flow and do what I know. So, looking at a list of technical indicators, simple moving average, I already did a tool for that. The MACD moving average convergence divergence, um, I have not done one for that, and that's for like when the trend is shifting. So that's a good idea for today. You got momentum indicators. The RSI did one for that. Stochastic oscillator, very similar to RSI, moves a bit faster. Great for spotting quick reversals. I don't use that one myself that much. That doesn't. I mean, that's a new one that I could do later maybe. Volatility indicators, Bollinger Bands. I did a app for that. ATR, average true range, doesn't tell you direction, just how much the stock typically moves in a day. I don't really use that indicator. Maybe that's one to look in for the future. Then you got volume indicators, on balance volume. Um, I did an app for volume. Let's see. So there's more indicators than that, but out of that list it's showing me, I think the MACD is the app that I want to make today. So yeah, I really like that idea. So I want to make a financial app that can help beginner investors apply and understand MACD, and then hopefully be able to like add on top of that um like more advanced functions so that it would give them a much better idea of like likelihoods in the future. And yeah, think or not think, I know I'm gonna do MACD. All right. Today I want to make a tool for beginner investors for the MACD, the moving average convergence divergence. And essentially, how I want to start this process is I would like you to go and search the internet and find what beginner investors are saying about using the MACD. What are their pain points? What do they not understand about this? And I will go from there. All right. So yeah, be starting out with like the main problem when I find it. Let's see. So Jim and I went through discussions on forums like Reddit and trading blogs, and they found that there's a massive gap between how the MACD is taught and how it actually behaves. So here's the biggest pain points and misunderstandings beginner investors have with the MACD. Number one is the magic crossover trap. Most beginners are taught blue line crosses orange line equals a buy. So the pain point is beginners get whipsawed. They enter on a crossover, the market goes sideways, and the lines immediately cross back, causing a loss. So if you're a beginner and you don't understand it, don't worry about it. As I build the app, all this stuff is going to make more sense. So the main misunderstanding is they don't realize that crossovers are lagging signals. By the time the line crosses, the move might already be over. So yeah, like the indicator is going to react to what the price is doing on the chart. So like the price will make a move and then the indicator will react to it. So essentially, like, people are looking at these like it's real time. Like, beginners see it and they think like, oh, this just crossed, these lines crossed and it made the signal. But that cross and that signal is usually a result of something that happened in the past, and they don't really understand that. So the next issue is the car speedometer problem. And a great analogy that AI found is the MACD is like a speedometer, not a GPS. So like new investors try to use it to predict where the price is going, but it only really tells you how fast the price is currently moving. Beginners often see a bearish crossover, like a cross that would indicate that the price is more likely to go down while the stock is still going up, and then it causes them to, like, sell, and they don't really realize that the stock is simply just slowing down and it's not necessarily like done going up. So the third problem is divergence. This is an expert feature that confuses people. Beginners hear that divergence, the price, when the price goes up, the MACD would go down, and this is a powerful reversal signal. So that's like what they hear. That's like, when they're learning about how to use this app, that's like what they're taught. And what they don't understand about that is it is incredibly hard for a human eye to quantify. Beginners see what they want to see. And I mean, that's life too. Like, you'll really see what you want to see. Look around the room and like look at everything that's red, right? And just do that for 30 seconds. And then like close your eyes, think of everything that's red. And then after that, now tell me everything that's green in the room, right? So that's how people's brains usually work. Is what they're conditioning themselves, what they think something's going to be, what the story they tell themselves, that's what they're going to see in life. So like this is like the abundance mindset, right? If your mindset is on abundance, if you're seeing abundance everywhere, that's what you're going to recognize. You're going to notice the abundance. If you're like on a scarcity mindset, like there's not enough for everybody, then that's what you're going to see. And that's how your like brain is going to work. The next pain point is the zero line and ambiguity. Beginners don't know the difference between a crossover that happens above the zero line versus below it. So yeah, I haven't used this tool in a while. I don't really remember what that was about, the zero line. I'm thinking it's like there's like kind of a border where the lines like go in and out of, but I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll get to that. Actually, I'm just gonna look that up real quick. MACD zero line. The MACD zero line cross is a popular tool gauge market momentum. The accuracy of the zero line can be increased by paying attention to swing points. Yeah, I need to see okay. Yeah, okay, now I know what that is. So essentially the MACD tool, you'll see when I make it, it is like, is like a rectangle with a line through the middle, and like when the price is going up, like it'll have bars going up to represent it over like the uptrend, and the bars will go up. When it goes down, it'll go down. So this line in the middle kind of marks like the difference where it crosses over. And then there's the MACD lines that like kind of like overlap everything on this rectangle chart. So yeah, the lines, like when they hit the lines that overlap, when they hit that center line, it's like an indicator to like either like investors will use that as an indicator for like likelihood for them to buy or sell. So okay, now yeah, I know what that was then. I just forgot. All right. So the fix to this pain point is a beginner tool should explain that crosses above the line mean the overall trend is already bullish, making a buy sign signal much stronger than one that happens deep in the negative zone. Hydrate. Water time. All right, so the last pain point they gave me was time frame confusion. Beginners try to use the MACD on a 1 minute or 5 minute chart. So yeah, if you don't know what a 1 minute or 5 minute chart is, it's basically like, so I'm usually using candlestick charts. And each like candlestick represents whatever time frame you use. So 1 minute each candlestick is 1 minute, 5 minute each candlestick is 5 minutes. And essentially, if you're a beginner, you don't want to be using the smaller time frames. I would say if you're a beginner, the minimum chart you should be looking at is the 4 hour chart, but you should probably be more focused on like the daily chart, if not monthly. But anyways, yeah. So like the lower the chart gets, the lower the time frame gets, the less reliable it is. Um, it's also really difficult to like understand what a stock is doing when you look at a small time frame. You really want to zoom out first and look at like the overall price, and then when you zoom in, it's like really difficult to tell, like, well, how does this relate to what it's actually doing on the overall trend. um so yeah, on low time frames, the MACD produces constant noise and fake signals. Most pros recommend beginners stay on the 4 hour or daily charts, like I was saying. So yeah, I already know. um so they're saying, based on these pain points, the app could focus on like a confidence scoring system rather than just showing lines. So like have like a trend filter, and this could help show buy signals if the price is above the 200-day moving average. And you could have human language alerts, like instead of like saying that there's a crossover, the app could say like the stock is still rising but is losing steam, be careful. So I think I would want to do both, because what it's doing is like, it's going to tell you, like, normally the way this would be explained to people would be like, okay, like what the tool is doing is like when you're getting the signals is it's doing a crossover, right? But like as a beginner, you don't know what that means. So I would want to like, when people like see it and it's doing that, they could say like, okay, this is doing a crossover, and then it would explain like essentially how to translate that for a beginner to understand it. Then you got a noise meter. This can warn the user if the market is moving sideways, telling them to ignore the MACD right now. So yeah, I think like not really ignore is the best word, but noise meter is a good function to add onto it, because um it makes it less likely that the MACD is accurate. So I would just want to explain to them like, you know, like be aware that even though this is doing this, that because the price is moving sideways, that makes it less likely to be accurate. So it's not really that people should ignore it, but just that people should understand what that means in that situation. All right. All right, so the first thing I want to do is make a plan for this app, and then I'll break the plan down into individual steps. So I'm going to go over the information you gave me, and I'm going to reply about what I want this app to do. Looking at the first pain point, the magic crossover trap. Most beginners are taught blue line crosses orange line equals a buy. What happens is a lot of beginners, go off of what they're taught, and then they buy based on, the lines crossing, and the market goes sideways, and then the lines cross back, and then based on them crossing back, then they're told they need to sell. So they don't realize that crossovers are lagging signals. By the time the line crosses, the move might already be over. So essentially what I want to do is I want to make sure that when the app gives an explanation about what's going on in this indicator, that it explains that the signal that it's giving is lagging. So it should explain that in a way that beginners can understand. So what I want to do is I want all the explanations in this app to be written for essentially like a 5th to 8th grade reading level for English speakers. And let's see, for the next problem that people have is the car speedometer problem. New investors try to use it to predict where the price is going, but it really only tells you how fast the price is currently moving. So when beginners usually see, like, for example, a bearish crossover, they might sell because of that, but they don't understand that the stock is still going up, and that might mean that it's just slowing down and not necessarily reversing. So basically, if the MACD is indicating that a crossover is happening, depending on what the stock is doing, then that should be explained on the app when people are using it. Meaning, like, they should be able to understand from the explanation that a crossover does not necessarily mean that the price is going to reverse. That it could also just be cooling down or slowing down. So the next pain point is divergence. Beginners hear that divergence, when the price goes up, the MACD goes down, is a powerful reverse signal. Okay, I don't really see how. All right, it stopped recording my voice because I stopped talking for too long. So, let's see. I'm just gonna tell it. I'm gonna type. I have more to say. I'll continue on the next chat. Okay, so yeah, this is better than kind of in a way. So it'll just process what I already told it, and then can go, once it's done typing, Cool. All right. So for the fourth problem, the zero line ambiguity, beginners don't know the difference between a crossover that happens above the zero line versus below it. So this beginner tool should explain that crosses above the zero line mean the overall trend is already bullish, making a buy signal much stronger than the one that happens deep in the negative zone. So this explanation should be given as well based on what the MACD is doing and what the stock price is doing. Then you got time frame confusion. The pain point is beginners try to use the MACD on a 1 minute or 5 minute chart. So essentially, I think for this app, it should only be looking at the daily time frame. So, all right, now that all these pain points are addressed, I'm going to tell you what I basically want to do. I want to create an app where a person can type in the stock ticker. The candlestick chart will come up with at least the last 5 years of data. And then underneath that chart, there will be the MACD tool, and it will show like the MACD, what it's doing and what it's done throughout that 5 years of data. It will also give an explanation onto what it's currently doing, and essentially like all the pain points that I addressed, it will explain these in a way that addresses all these pain points and in a way that beginners can understand it. Then I want to add extra features. The main extra feature that I can think of that I want to add is a backtesting system that can go back and look at times in the past of that stock where the MACD has been in a similar situation in comparison to the price of the stock. And I want to go and give an analysis based on what happened in the past when everything was in the similar situation. Other than that, I think I can finish all this stuff, and then if I want to add anything after that, I could add that. So right now, I want you to take all the information I gave you in this message and the last message and make an outline for a plan that I could use to create an app to make this. Yeah, all right. So building an app for beginners that actually warns them about false signals is a total game changer. Most apps just show lines. Mine is going to show wisdom. Yes, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That is the master plan. So, the core foundation. So before we can explain anything, we need the numbers. Got to look at the historical data engine. So you got to get a stock API. I think I'm going to use the same one as yesterday. I think it was called FMP. I know that one has 5 years of history. The one I did the day before that called Tingo had like 30 years of history, but the Tingo one had a much smaller like uses per day on the free thing. So I really like this this new one, the FMP, because it has so many more free searches per day. So step 2 in phase 1 is going to be creating the MACD. Got to program it so it can understand like basically like how the MACD works, and to use it, apply it to a daily time frame. And then the next step for that phase is the truth filter. Um, Want to program the app so that it calculates a 200-day simple moving average to use as our grandpa trend to tell the users if the stock is actually in a healthy long-term uptrend. Okay, so this is important because it's going to be able to identify. This is like another technical indicator. Um, the moving average will be able to help people understand like what kind of trend the stock is in. Usually, if it's above the 200-day moving average, it's in an uptrend, and if it's below the 200-day moving average, then it's in a downtrend, and that's very important as to applying the information from the MACD. Okay, so for the second phase, the app needs to look clean so anyone can read it without getting a headache. First, make the candlestick chart and apply the 200-day SMA to that candlestick chart. And the next step will be to apply the MACD underneath the price chart. So yeah, the MACD is the main tool for this app. Then the mentor box, a large text area next to the chart where the app gives its plain English analysis. And I think that should be above the chart, so I'll have it change that when I get to that step. So then we got phase 3, the plain English logic, the translator. This is where I'm going to solve the pain points. We'll write the code that looks at the lines and triggers these specific explanations. So when a crossover is below the 0 line, we're going to explain that like the lines have crossed, but we're deep underwater below 0. This is a weak signal. It's like a car starting from a dead stop in the mud. I want to think of some different analogies. Then we've got crossover above the 0 line. The line crossed and we are above the clouds. Above the 0 line, this is a strong signal because the wind is already at our back. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change these analogies. Then we got the price is up, but the MACD is down. The tired runner alert. The price is making new highs, but the MACD is breathing hard and slowing down. So this indicates that the trend is possibly ending soon. And the trend is your friend until the end. And the sideways market. If the market is zigzagging and going sideways, the MACD might give false signals right now. It's best to stay on the sidelines. So yeah, that should be like explained to people. And this goes back into like all my apps. I have a document, like a prompt that I'm giving the AI to keep them kind of like similar so they work similar. And this is like just to make sure like it's designed and they all kind of like, you know, explain things the same way. So this is gonna be what I'm using is like red, gold, and green, like a stoplight analogy. So like if it's green, you know, that's like, you know, more like closer to a buy signal. If it's yellow, which would be what I just explained, if it's like the stock is moving sideways, that like a signal, it should show yellow because like it'll explain it's moving sideways, take caution. And then if it's red, then obviously that's um like be careful. It's more likely to be a sell signal, or I'll get to that when I get to that. So and then phase 4 will be the time machine, the backtesting system. So this is a major feature. Instead of just showing today, the app will look at the past 5 years. We'll have a pattern matcher. When a crossover happens today, that app scans the last 5 years for every other time crossover happened in a similar spot. And then the success score is going to calculate in the last 5 years. When this happened, the price went up 70% of the time, for example, over the next 10 days. I'll probably change that to like 30 days. But anyway. And then the last step for this phase is the what happened next gallery. So they're advising to show 3 small mini charts from the past where the same signal happened. so the beginner can see the outcome. I'll wait till it's all done and then like think about that one if it would make sense to add that one. I could see how like you could show 3 different mini charts and then like have explanations under each one of like how that's similar and what it's likely to do next. So they're saying the last phase, testing and polishing, do a safety check, like add a disclaimer. This tool is just for learning. It's not a magic money button. Like, you know, this stuff is not like definite. Don't take this as like surety. Don't take this as it's like for sure what's gonna happen. Take this more of like they should understand as beginners that this just like helps you understand what's more likely to happen. And then make sure the app is mobile friendly. Make sure everything looks good on the phone. Alright, so the development steps. So build the chart. Add the MACD math. Code the mentor box. And that's not all the steps, but yeah, got like the blueprint kind of now. Alright. I'm gonna do fill in some of the system stuff. Let's see. So the number one problem is people don't understand. Beginner investors don't understand the MACD tool very well. It's very confusing to them and how to apply it. So building the vibe, it's going to be traffic light, the tool, the chart, and the 200-day MA and backtesting. And translation. Alright, so the next step is going to be to name the app. So before I do that and I start getting more text added to this chat, I want to go ahead and copy the outline into a document that I can go back and refer to. I would add to the core foundation that first to give it the guidelines for the design and tone. So that it matches with the other apps. Alright. So now it's time to decide the name. And this is like the process I would use to name any business. Alright, for the next step, I want to choose a name. I want a name that is catchy and a name that when a beginner reads it or hears it, they will understand exactly what this app does. So give me 20 suggestions for names that meet these guidelines. All right. Choosing a name is one of the most exciting parts. Kind of. Stick to action words. 20 suggestions. Trend friend, already did that. Stock scout doesn't imply MACD. Chart pal doesn't imply MACD. Market map doesn't imply MACD. Investment buddy, same thing. So what I'm seeing with all these names they're giving me, it doesn't imply MACD. Maybe momentum mode. But a lot of these like if an experienced person saw it, they would understand. But yeah, I don't like any of these names, so I'm gonna let it know how to refine the naming process. I do not like any of these names, mainly because none of them mention that this is for the MACD. The main thing that people should know in the name first is that this is a MACD tool. So give me 20 new names that incorporate this new rule. These are starting to get better. So the MACD mentor, MACD mate, my MACD map, MACD pilot, MACD coach. Like MACD coach the most out of all those. MACD made easy, simple MACD, MACD scanner, MACD clear, daily MACD. Like the MACD scanner out of all those. MACD crossover, MACD signal scout, MACD pulse, MACD flow, MACD alerts. Don't really like any of those. Maybe signal scout. Catchy and creative. MACD master. That sounds good for like catchy. MACD wise, MACD logic, MACD insight, MACD snap. So out of all these, I like MACD master, MACD coach, and MACD mentor. And actually, I think because this is a tool for beginners, the MACD mentor is going to be the best. So I'm going to go with MACD mentor. I decided to use MACD mentor for this app. Come up with 10 different suggestions for a subtitle to this name. All right. Giving thanks for the process. Choosing the name MACD Mentor is a strong move. It tells people exactly what the engine of the app is while setting an expectation that the app will teach them, not just confuse them. Not just confuse, okay? Um, since the goal is for beginners, these subtitles avoid big words. like volatility or convergence. And focus on clarity and confidence. Um, so 10 subtle subtitle suggestions for the MACD mentor. Learn to read the market, stop guessing, start trading, simple logic for new investors, find trends the easy way, your guide to smart investing, understand stocks in seconds, trading made simple for you, spot the trend, skip the stress, clear answers for every trade, your secret tool for stocks. Easy, spot the trend, skip the stress. Okay. I decided to go with spot the trend, skip the stress. Okay. So the next step is going to be to create the folder for this app, this project. MACD mentor, spot the trend, skip the stress. And AI is telling me, like, let's start with the first mentor box, explain for the bullish crossover. No, I don't think I should start with the explanation. I think I need to start with the well, definitely, yeah, I want to start with the guidelines for like the style and stuff. But as far as like building the app, I think from learning from other apps I built in the past, best thing to start with is like actually like getting the chart up. So I get the chart up, and then I get the 200-day moving average line over that, and then I would do the MACD indicator under that, and then I would do the explanation stuff. So yeah, this is a big thing with AI. AI is gonna sound very confident to push you in a certain direction, but then it's like it's managing you. So you want to be like, look at AI as like an employee. Look at AI as like you're the manager of the AI you're working with. So I'm managing the AI. The AI is gonna help me a lot, but I want to make sure that like it's not like leading me and managing me. I'm catching it when it's like going off track every time, and I'm getting it back on track to what my vision is. I want this to be my vision, not the AI's vision. It's easy for me now using AI a lot that like uh AI wants to lead people down like a certain path, and I can see people create things and I can tell, okay, they gave this idea to AI, and then AI just like told them exactly what to do, and they just followed everything like word for word, and it created something that they really like didn't like have much creativity involved with. It wasn't like their actual vision. Like they just kind of like gave their idea, and then they followed the AI's vision. But what I like to do is like I want to make sure I'm following my vision, that I'm guiding the AI to follow my own vision. Think of it like an employee, not a boss. So first thing I'm going to do is give it these guidelines. It's going to be the design and the theme. And I just want to change this because like they recommended that I do like a bar friend test. I'm just changing that to the friend test. I don't know why they're trying to like make this about being at a bar. Because yeah, you probably don't want to combine drinking and investing. This doesn't sound like a very good idea to me. Um, Make sure that it's like probability, not certainty. Always use words like likely or potentially or historically. Never promise a profit. Um, Technical architecture. Originally it was recommending Next.js, but what I want to do is whatever the AI or Claude Code thinks is best for this. Basically, mobile first design, large buttons and readable text on small screens. Use a consistent search bar at the top for stock tickers. And then the aha moment. Every app must have one clear visual, a meter, a light, or a gauge that gives the user an answer within 3 seconds of searching a ticker. So we got standardized colors, isolated data, and legal safety, making sure that I'm not telling people like you should buy this, you should sell this. I'm just telling people like, you know, this is more likely to happen, this is less likely to happen, and then they go and make their own decision for themselves. So yeah, going to give this to Gemini for the first step. Wait, nope. Or actually, yeah. So this will be the first step, and then I'll have it create the folders. I'm getting that one. Let me see. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, plan it. So I just planned it. I made the steps. Um, Now I'm gonna create the files. I'm just thinking like, should I be like? It doesn't really matter for now. Like this is something I'll not something to spend too much time on or focus on. I'll just like figure it out more as I go. I'm still early in learning process. So basically, yeah, today I'm gonna give it this these instructions for what I was just talking about, and then I'll ask it to make the folder based on all the information. Make the files. I gotta make the folder, and then I'll have Claude Code start coding. And the first thing it'll do, the first step I'll give Claude Code is to create the file structure for the folder. Before we get started, I have system rules that I'm going to paste here. So I want to give you these system rules so that you can make sure that they're applied to this entire project. So these are like constitutional laws of the MACD mentor. Every line of code we write and every explanation we create will be measured against the master plan. And now they're telling me to like, you know, take the first step, and that's not something that I think is the first step. So I got to make sure to correct it. And they want to use Yahoo Finance, and I definitely don't, because what I found out about Yahoo Finance is that it does not require an API. But because it does not require an API, it scrapes Yahoo Finance. So it essentially like goes on the Yahoo Finance website and copies what it says. But then if Yahoo Finance changes anything on the website, then it messes with the app and it can break it down. So I'm surprised really that that AI would still recommend that to me, because I've been working with it for this process and it should know better. But this is just something I got to be aware of and I got to correct it. So anyways, got to create the folder. And I recently learned that the way professionals set up their folder system for developers, like professional developers, they would go into the C drive for their computer. They would create a folder called dev. And then inside that folder, there's a folder called apps. And then inside that folder, I have folders for each app that I'm creating. So I'm going to add a new folder inside the apps folder, inside the devs folder. And yeah, call it MacD Mentor. So now I created this folder, and I can see that I got my cursor screen up. So I'm gonna drag the folder right into cursor. All right, so now I got to start the terminal and start up Claude Code. Yeah, here we go. It's time to start building. All right, so now that I'm done talking and ready to start building, hopefully everybody's getting some value. And I just want to say, like, if you're just joining in right now, essentially what I've done is I picked an indicator tool to make an app for, and that is the MacD. I went and found problems that beginner investors have for the MacD, because this tool is made for beginner investors. And mostly beginner investors don't really understand, certain parts that I talked about earlier about the MacD that, if you keep watching, you'll see as I'm designing the app what I'm trying to solve for these different things that they don't understand. Building the vibe for the project. So I'm going to have it like traffic lights, like red, gold, and green. Like green, go, red, stop, yellow, like, slow down, caution. I'm gonna have the MACD tool. Gonna have the chart. Gonna have the 200-day moving average. Gonna have a backtesting feature. And gonna have a feature that translates for the user what is happening. I name the app the MACD Mentor. And like a subtitle is to spot the trend, skip the stress, always be your best, stand up to any test, because it's going to make you stronger so you can work longer and thrive and survive and do what you got to do to stay true to your own path. And this app's definitely going to use a lot of math that you wouldn't have to use yourself, so this is going to be a big help. And I did the plan for the app, broke it down into steps, just created the file, or just created the folder for the app. And now, where I'm at right now, I'm going to have Claude create the file structure. All right, for the first step, what I want you to do is create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code to create the file structure for this folder, for this project. So basically telling Claude Code how to set up the architecture focused on the daily data, plain English logic, and backtesting. Structure should be modular. Let's keep the math separate from the words. I'm going to copy and paste the prompt. I want Claude to act like a senior Python developer. I'm building MacD Mentor, a stock analysis tool for beginner investors. Initialize the product file structure and create the core configuration files. The requirements, the framework, use Streamlit for the front end and Plotty for the charts. Okay, this is where I'm gonna have to have it change this app because I want to use FMP for my API because then it's saying use Yahoo Finance, and I want to use FMP for the API. Use Pandas library. Not really sure what that is. I guess I'll find out and then I can just change it later if I don't like it. So yeah, then it has like the project structure, and you'll see like each prompt when I copy and paste it. Actually, some of the prompts when I copy and paste it into Claude Code, it doesn't like list every word. It just says how many lines there are. So that's why I'm reading these to you. But I need to change this to make sure that it's not using Streamlit, Plotty, or maybe it'll use those. But the main thing is that it's not using Yahoo Finance. I'm going to use the FMP API. I like the prompt you just made, but the main thing that I want to change is instead of using Yahoo Finance, I want to use the FMP API. So create a new prompt that uses FMP API for the data, and for this framework, I'm not really sure. Whatever you think would be best for the chart information. So create a new prompt with these changes. Yeah, it's telling me switching to the FMP is better. It's much more stable than Yahoo Finance. It actually uses SEC source data. The wisdom will be backed by the most accurate numbers available. For the charting framework, they still recommend Streamlit combined with Plotty. So I'll be able to see when it's done if I agree with their suggestion. Right now, I'm not sure. And then if I don't, then I'll know in the future for apps that I'm making. And this is why I've found it's like such a good idea to be making projects that are basically like kind of in the same niche, or not kind of, but are in the same niche. So then that way each project you have a better idea of like the APIs that are available for that niche, the different ways that data is going to be pulled, and each one you kind of like learn a little bit more, and you can start making your apps better, and they'll get better each time, or they should be. Main thing I'm always focused on is like analyzing what I'm doing. What did I do right? What did I do wrong? How would I do it differently next time? Stuff like that. So here's the new prompt. Basically use the FMP API. Streamline for the UI, Plotty for the interactive candlestick and MACD charts. And data source is FMP. 5 years of data. Daily. So I got to make sure I tell it that it's using the candlestick chart too. Okay. So I need to have it rewrite the app so that it's using the candlestick chart. There's like the two main charts are line chart and candlestick. And I have another tool that I created that's its link is in the description, and it's called Candlestick Coach. And essentially, it explains to beginners like how candlestick charts work, so they can read the candlestick chart. And it just basically translates for them, like it gives them education on how candlestick charts work. So yeah, all these different apps like basically work together. But they're separate. So like you'd want to test them one at a time. It'd be much easier if you try if I made one app that had all the tools like stacked on top of each other. That would be like much more difficult for beginners to understand. But they can just go take the same stock and like type it into each one of these tools. So I just need to tell it to change the change it so that it's candlestick chart. All right, that prompt is better. I see one more thing that I want to change. I want to make sure that the type of chart that is being used is a candlestick chart. So create a new prompt that incorporates this new rule. Yeah, and this helps for beginners because a regular line chart can be deceiving. It only shows where the price ended. Candlesticks show the whole fight between buyers and sellers for the day, the highs, the lows, and the struggle in between. Okay, so the new prompt is going to be act as a senior fintech developer. We're building MACD Mentor, spot the trend, skip the stress. The mission is to build an app for beginners that uses the FMP API to explain MACD logic and perform 5-year backtesting on daily data. So the framework, Plotly, to create a professional grade candlestick chart, the FMP API, 5 years of data. It's going to calculate the MACD on a 200-day and a 200-day SMA. The main chart must be a candlestick chart. So now it's got the project structure, different file folders. All right, so I'm ready to give it the app and get it going. Ready to give it the prompt and get the app going. All right, yeah, getting started, feeling good. And I like to you can choose usually like each time it'll prompt you to say yes or just like say yes to everything. But I'm trying to read what it's doing. It used to be too fast for me, but now I'm starting to pick up more and more every time. It's telling me it's going to create all the files. Do I want to create the requirement text? Yes. Now I'm going to sit down. I'm going to stand in for a while. All right. talking about the env file. So yeah, env file is where I got to put the API key. I got to make sure that I don't show that on the stream. It's not that big of a deal because it's a free API key. So if someone stole it and they use it for themselves, it's just gonna like take the daily limit, make it go quicker. But if like it was a paid API key and someone else got access to it, essentially they could like steal it and use it for their own project, or like just if they just wanted to like just use it a bunch, and I would have to pay for the usage. So yeah, you just got to make sure you're careful with your API keys. And there's certain ways that files can hide these keys. So I'm just kind of reading the rules it has. And I feel like Claude Code is getting better since I've even started using it, like, like what, 2 weeks ago or something. It's explaining a lot more, and it's like starting to incorporate rules better. Like I was only seeing it really do like code before, but now I'm seeing like it's explaining like rules with the code, and I don't remember it like really doing that as much in the past. Like it's talking about the disclaimer. All right. Nucleating. Searching for the patterns. Yesterday I ran into a new issue where when it was creating the files, it basically like froze up like towards the end of it, and it just kept running, and I didn't really know it was frozen until I was like, it usually doesn't take this long to create the files. Didn't have that problem today. And explaining to me, yeah, this is explaining way more to me so that like I can understand it better. I really like the way that AI just like advances so quick and gets so much better so quick. And I just keep thinking about like in the future, like a year from now, like how much better it's gonna be. But like, I've heard people say stuff like, "Oh well, in the future, like you won't even it won't matter what you're doing right now because you'll just like tell it everything at once and everything like that." And I'm like, well, even if that's the case, by me understanding it better now, what it's doing in the future, like I'll be still able to like catch it on like mistakes and have it make better things, and I'll be a better developer, understand the code better. So it's telling me run it to run it. Do a pip install, then paste your FMP API key in the sidebar, pick a ticker, and hit analyze. So I'm going to take what it told me, and I'm going to copy and paste it into LLM and ask it to basically like explain what it did and what it wants me to do in its own words. All right, Claude Code is done with that process. It gave me an explanation of what it did and what I should do next. I'm going to paste that here, and I just want you to simplify it and break it down for me. Claude just basically built the entire brain and skeleton of the app in one go. So maybe that's too much, but we'll see. Just go with the flow. So here's a sample of what I have on the computer right now and how to start it up. What did the computer just build? It's telling me to think of the app like a restaurant. The kitchen. This goes out and gets the ingredients, the stock prices from the FMP store, the chef, the indicators file. This does the math. It turns raw prices into MACD lines. For the grandpa trend, the 200-day SMA, the waiter, that's the translator.py file. This takes the complicated math and explains it to you in simple English. the history book, the backtester.py file. This looks at the last 5 years to see how many times these signals actually made money. Front door app, this is the actual screen you see and click on. So for how to start it, the launch sequence. You're 2 steps away from seeing your app live. Open the terminal or command prompt inside the folder and do this. The app live. Wow. Yeah, I'd be really surprised if the app is done. It was not doing it that quick before, but we'll see. So it's saying install the tools. Giving me a prompt that tells my computer to go and get the parts it needs to run the app. Then basically run the app, and I can check it out, how it is so far. What to do once the app opens: look at the left side of the screen, paste the FMP API key, should be pasting that in the file folders, type of stock that you like, and then click analyze. And then it's basically telling me to like check it out and then go from there with like what I want to change. All right. Yeah, so as well as running, I'm just checking out the trades I made earlier today. Got into made some leveraged trades: Solana, Sui, Doge, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. I'm up the most on Bitcoin because it's higher leverage. Bitcoin's 97x leverage, which it would be like crazy for beginners. Even any leverage is I think not smart for beginners. All the other altcoins are 10x leverages. Solana's up 5%, Sui 7, Doge 3.5%, Bitcoin 56%, and Ethereum 13%. And just looking at the hourly chart, and it looks like from where I bought it, it just kind of broke the trend. So I think what I want to do here is set my stop limits to break even. It hasn't gone enough yet that I feel like I would want to take profits yet. But because of the trend just kind of changed and it hasn't gone up that much, I think I just want to set my stops to break even now. Or either break even or like right under the last low, which is like right below where I bought these. So yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. Yeah, I'll show you guys too, man. me see. Actually, that does not look very good because the light's weird for getting that close. Um, Here's the Bitcoin one. Yeah, that just looks too blurry. I gotta find a way to get my phone screen so I can put it on this stream so you guys can see the trades I'm doing each day, and hopefully that will motivate you guys like to get into investing, and you can see like as a beginner like where can all lead you to. As a beginner, I would not recommend trading at all. Trading looks so simple. Once you understand like beginning investing and you start buying stuff and you start understanding how a chart works, um, it's easy to look at it and think like, oh, trading is going to be so easy. But trading looks very easy. It's one of the most difficult things that I've ever learned to do. Um, Years and years of being a losing trader. Trading's all about, you could start out and maybe your first 5 trades you win, and you feel like, yeah, I'm a really good trader. But trading is all about looking at like time frames, like a long time frame. Say like looking over like 1,000 trades, and then seeing like how many of those trades did you win? Did you win or lose the majority of those 1,000 trades? Like do it in your first like 5 or 10 trades, you could get lucky, and that could be like maybe the worst thing that could happen to you is like getting lucky on your like first few trades, because then you start thinking like, oh, I know what I'm doing, I'm a good trader, and then you start putting more money in, and then you quickly learn how difficult it is, and it's really a big mindset thing too. That's the most difficult thing about trading is conquering fear and greed. Uh, so yeah, as you learn and get better, there's a lot of potential there. And let's see, want to proceed? Yes. Oh yeah, so I just wanted to set these, change these stop losses. Start with Sui. 92.60 entry price. Yeah, that's good. Like, Doge is 98.14 entry price. I'm gonna set it to 9.0978. So like I started with like Doge, I put in the trade and I made it so it was like um risking like $4 because I put a really tight stop loss in it and it held up. But now I'm just gonna change it to like basically like break even. If it goes back down to where I bought it at, then I'll just like, I feel like it'll go lower than that and I'll reassess. Anyway, so let's see. Ready to launch to run the app. Python M Streamlit run app py. Add your FMP API key. Enter a ticker and hit analyze. So I think I should put in the API key right now. So I got to open show the files. Control Shift E. Okay, and this is where I want to change my screen. Put in the API key. I'm gonna try to use the same one I used yesterday. And see, you can like generate new free keys with new emails, but this has such a high limit that it'd be much easier to just use the same one and see if that works. Oh. Notice there's like a lot less folders than I'm used to seeing too, so I'm not really sure what's up with that. But yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, I gotta hit save on that. I feel like that's Control Shift S. Nope. I just entered the API key. How do I save? What is the keyboard code I need? So yeah, when you put in information in a file, like it'll show a white dot next to it. And then once you save it, that white dot will go away. So that white dot tells you basically like if you haven't saved yet. Um, it's giving me different codes than it used. It was like it's telling me if I'm using Nano, but I'm not. I don't think I'm using that. That's weird. I'm using Claude Code. I'm not sure about Nano or any of this other stuff, what that even means. But in the past it was like Shift S or something like that for Windows. That's right. This is weird. Uh, just give me. Just give me all these weird commands that I don't remember or that I've never used before. So I'm kind of confused right now because all these commands you're talking about are not the same commands I used to save in the past. I've got the .env file open. I just entered the FMP API key. The white dot next to env is still there. In the past, I think it was something like Shift Control S. I tried that and it didn't work. But whatever command I need to type in to save it so that white dot disappears. Ha, there we go. Control S. Like, I don't know why it was. I just didn't explain it. Yeah, that took that white dot away. Awesome. Yeah, so like a lot of times it's just like if you get like confused with AI, you might tell it something and it just doesn't understand it the way you phrased it. So just try rephrasing it until it like gives you the right answer. And you have to go through a lot of trial and error. AI is not perfect. Um, it's just a learning process. And And the more mistakes you make, the more you learn. So it's all part of the game. All right. So now I can go back to the terminal. Go back to the screen. And I'm going to want to copy. Let's see. All right, I added the FMP API, and then it's giving me some instructions to do after that, but I'm still just going to copy the whole thing and give it to Gemini and just have it do like a review. All right, Claude Code just finished its last process, and I put in the API key. I'm gonna paste the instructions it gave me at the end of the last process, and then you can basically like summarize that for me and let me know what I need to do next and what it just did. All right, Gemini is starting to be weird. It started off by telling me the white dot means the file is still unsaved. And yeah, we just went through that, but that doesn't have anything to do with the question I just asked you. Now it's telling me how to save. Okay, now it's going, see this, that I've never seen Gemini do this, but this is like the main reason that I like scaled down the amount that I use Claude LLM, because Claude started doing this weird thing where like every time I'd ask it something, it would like start out by like telling me the answer of the last question I asked it, and then it would go into the question I asked it, and I was like, this is like super weird and like just annoying. So it kept doing that. So I was like, I would even try to like work with it and be like, hey Claude, you're doing this. Like, can you stop? And it'd be like, oh yeah, sorry. And then it would just keep doing it. So I was like, dude, I'm just going back to Gemini. I'm like, Gemini is cool, man. It's not doing this weird stuff. And now Gemini just did the exact same thing for the first time. So yeah, that's interesting. Hopefully it doesn't keep doing that. I'll try to work with it and see if it works better if it does though. So what Claude Code just did, finished the pre-flight check. The tool bag is packed. It installed the parts needed to make the app run. The engine is ready. It confirmed that everything is compatible. It's basically like a chef saying the stove is hot and the ingredients are chopped. What I need to do next? Launch the app. Give Claude the command to launch it. And then I can open the browser in the local browser. And I'll show you guys that. And then it's saying like search a stock and see what happens. Awesome. And I didn't even have to paste it because now Claude Code has just automatically written it in the box for me. So it's getting better. And I'm really wondering, is this improving because like the developers are like making it better because it's learning from like everybody using it? Because it's learning from me specifically and it's like learning my workflows better? Probably a combination of all three. Yes, I want to proceed. Do I want to allow public and private networks to access this app? Python, allow. I've never had to do that before. I just want to ask Claude Code about that. Or I mean, Gemini. So I just got a pop-up window asking if I want to let public and private parts of my computer access Python. I assumed it was okay and I clicked OK. I've never seen that prompt or window pop up before to ask me to do that. That's why I'm coming to you to ask you what that means. Pop up is standard. So my computer is essentially turning into a private web server so it can show me the MACD Mentor dashboard in the browser. Windows saw Python trying to talk to my web browser and wanted to make sure it was really me doing it. I just gave the app permission to show its face on my screen. So I gave it permission to use my home Wi-Fi and my public networks. So what I should see now is the local URL address. So I'm going to load that into okay, I'm going to copy the local address URL, which that's another new thing I'm noticing is usually the address is always 3000 or like 3001 or 2 or something like that, but now it's like 8000 something. So that's kind of strange to me. But we'll see if it's working. Whoa. Okay, the first thing I obviously see, yeah, all right. That's weird. It should be showing up. Oh, that's just a lag probably. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so showing up on the screen. It's working. Did a lot more than I thought it would do, than I wanted to do in the first step. I'm not sure why. Usually when I only gave it the instructions to create the files, it wouldn't go and like create all this yet. This is definitely like more than I wanted, but also like it didn't create as much as I thought. It was like telling me it was going to do the charts and everything right now, and I'm glad it didn't. The main thing is like it shouldn't have the API key. Uh, I don't like this sidebar thing. I'm gonna obviously like tell it erase the API key, get rid of that. See, like it's trying to do too many things at once. Need to after this, I'm gonna figure out why I did all this, or I should just do it right now. Anyways, then like the ticker search, the ticker symbol. I'm just gonna see. That's weird. This is kind of redundant, or very redundant. So I'm gonna try to just search Apple. Analyze. Could not fetch data. Client error. Unauthorized URL. Okay, so thinking, what do I do first? New issues I've never seen before. I think the first thing I should do is make the changes. The main thing is that get that API key off the off the site so not everyone can see it, because this is not just a tool for me. I want to take this sidebar out so it's just like Sidebar shouldn't be necessary. It should just be like all one page flow, so it flows better. Okay. All right, I just pulled up the local site for the first time, and there are some changes and problems I need to address. The first thing I want to do is make a change to take away the sidebar. There is a sidebar that has the API key and it shows it. It's hidden right now, but if you click the I button, then I'm guessing that anyone can see it. The FMP API key should not be anywhere on this site. There's no way that I want to have anyone that uses this site to be able to see the API key. And then under that, the ticker search is where you type in the ticker. And then there's also a ticker symbol bar, which seems like it's redundant. So I guess take away the ticker symbol bar, and then there's the analyze button. But I want this all to be just one page with no sidebar, so it's a simple workflow. And on the top, it should be the ticker search, and the analyze button should be right below that. So create a prompt for Claude Code to make these changes. Removing the sidebar is a great move for security and simplicity. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Here's the prompt to fix the layout. So clean up the UI and secure the API logic for the MACD Mentor. Remove the sidebar. Move all inputs from sidebar to the top of the main page and add custom CSS to completely hide the sidebar toggle so users can't open it. Secure the API key. Like, Gemini, you like, and it almost seems like it's certain chats. Like, I started a new chat today for this project with Gemini, and that last chat, everything just went so smooth, and it was not doing weird stuff. And now this new chat is like, I wonder if there's something to do with like it just like starts over and starts a new chat, and the way you talk to it like tells it how to act. I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like there's something to that, and I think maybe tomorrow I'm gonna just go back to that old chat I used and try building with that one again and see if I get the same weird stuff going on. So yeah, I got to obviously secure the API key, like it should know that. Simplify search and analyze, remove the redundant ticker symbol bar. So the page should now go title, ticker search, analyze button, candlestick chart, MACD chart, mentor box. Yes. That is right. At least it got part of it right. Right, so back to the code. Back to the Claude Code. Giving it the prompt. So yeah, before it wasn't like showing my prompts like that either. Like if I were to have a long prompt, it would just say like when I typed it in, it'd just say like, this prompt is like 10 lines. But then like they would just start running the code and like working. Um Also too, I just noticed Claude Code has a tip, share Claude Code and earn $10 of extra usage. Before they had a feature where there was basically it was telling me like go onto your Claude Code account and click a button and you'll get $50 of extra usage. So I already did that. So I'm guessing because I already did that, it recognized that, and now it's telling me like everyone I share it with, it'll give me a $10 extra usage credit. Um, I'm not gonna get into that right now. If it comes up again and I have time, then I'll ask about how I can share that link. But uh, I would rather give you guys more value, and I would say go check out if you get on Claude Code and the lowest plan is $20 a month that you get on through just Claude LLM. Essentially, you can go on and check, and hopefully they still have the free $50 extra credit. If not, let me know, and I will send you a link so you can. Or actually, that wouldn't make sense because that would just give me $10. So yeah, it's not even worth my time. Like, I'm not trying to do that for anyways. So refresh the local host to see if the updated layout. All right, switching back to the browser. I'm gonna try it and see what happens. Looking better already. Okay, so now I'm gonna move to this error message and figure out what's going on with that. All right, the site looks better now, but when I typed in Apple in the ticker box, I got an error message. I'm about to paste the error message, so give me a prompt that I can give to Claude Code to fix this. And if you know what the problem is, explain to me also what it is. Yeah, a lot of times the LLMs will basically like try to tell me what's going on when I have an error and like how to fix it. And I'd say maybe half the time they're wrong. And they'll give me instructions like you got to do this. But then I found when I just like tell Claude Code the error thing, it's usually better at fixing it than the LLM. So what the problem is, a 401 error almost always means something is wrong with the API key or how it's being sent. So there might be extra spaces. The key might not be activated. The env link is broken. Claude might have changed the code to look for the key in a place where it isn't actually sitting. Okay, I just have one question for it. So I'm using the same FMP key that I used for my app yesterday. Is there a problem with using this API key with two different apps? No, there's not a problem at all with that. Okay, so I'm going to give Claude Code this prompt. And it's telling me why Claude Code is working to check some things out. All right. So, because I need to check the API key, and I want the viewers to see what Claude Code is doing, I'm going to wait till it's done working, and then check the API key after I change the screen. And Claude said, the env file looks clean, which is what I thought. So the 401 is likely a key loading or URL issue. So let's checking into that. Yeah. All right, cool. So Claude Code is telling me they think it fixed the problem, and I should go test the local host again and see if it works. So that's what I'm gonna do. All right. So the key was rejected by FMP, which is strange because this is the same key that I used in the app from yesterday. And let's see. And it works. So that's weird. So I got another problem to figure out that it will help me understand and get better. So yeah, Claude was saying there's nothing wrong about how I put it in, but it was rejected by the FMP. So it's interesting. Also, like when I get this error, it shouldn't even say like it's showing like a portion of the key, and it probably shouldn't even do that. Like that's sometimes it's like it gets smarter when I work with it, and sometimes it's like it like goes the opposite way. And that's what I feel like it's doing today. But it's just teaching me more about how to be okay with what I'm doing and give thanks for everything, the good and the bad, because it's all about abundance. And if I don't see the bad stuff and I don't go through these problems, then I'll never know how I want to improve it in the future and how it should be and like what direction I want to go. It's like auto correcting on the path. So you just got to do the math and understand to keep it in a cache. If, like I did yesterday, if it's too much info. Alright, so I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini. Alright, Claude said that it fixed the problem. It told me to check the site again I checked the site again, and I got a different error message that I'm going to paste here. And this time the error message is basically saying that the API key was rejected by FMP. This is strange to me because I used this same API key yesterday when I created the app I made yesterday, and I just tried that app I made yesterday, and it works, and it has the same API key. So I'll paste what the error message is, and go ahead and explain to me what you think is going on. Okay. Classic developer mystery. But the error message gave us an answer. Standard FMP API key is 32 characters long. Your error says yours is 40 characters. Your app is accidentally sending extra information along with your key. Imagine you're trying to unlock your front door, but you taped a piece of gum to the end of your key. The key is right, but it won't fix the lock. Yeah. I'm gonna go and just double check that this. Um, yes, this key is definitely 40. I'm just gonna double check that this is the right key. I thought it was, but I gotta make sure now. Okay, so what I want to do is check the file from yesterday. I'm gonna go and check the API key that I used in yesterday's project just to verify that it's the exact same one. Um, okay, yeah, that was my fault. Okay, I put in the wrong key, I think. Yeah, I did. Wow. All right, user error mistake. I should have labeled that key on my Word doc. That must have been the key from the. Must have been. Oh man. All right, yeah, we all make mistakes, so just learn as I go. Make sure to verify you're using the right API key, because I wrote it down, but I didn't put a label next to it of which one it was for. So now I know. I should have checked that before too, but I wouldn't. Yeah, so I just learned. All right. I'll close this folder and go back to the folder I was just in. Open folder. and go to the right file, change the key to what it's supposed to be, making sure the people viewing can't see, and it's easily done. So this 1, I'm going to count it to make sure it's 32. Yes, it is. So now that I changed the right one, it should do what it's supposed to do. So I gotta save it, that's right. Okay. Remembered the save key this time. I'm gonna keep getting better every time, and then I can just like clear my mind of having to remember all this stuff, and it'll just be there, so I'll be more aware of what I do. Alright. So now I'm gonna tell Gemini that I figured out what it was. Alright, Gemini, this was all my fault. It was user error. I pasted the wrong API key in. So once I realized that it was my error, I went back to the yesterday's project, copied the correct API key, and pasted it and saved it into the right file in Cursor. So now give Claude Code a prompt, basically telling it what it needs to do next. No worries, happens to the best of us. Yeah, no doubt. All make mistakes, it's all learning. Write a passage in coding. Now that the fuel is the right grade, we can finally turn the engine on. Okay, the API key is now corrected and verified. Time to move into phase 1 and phase 2 of the master plan. Verify the data flow and render the dashboard. So this should get the candlestick chart and the 200-day SMA on the main screen. Ensure the MACD data is being read correctly. See, I feel like this is too much to do at once. I feel like Gemini is trying to tell me to do too much at once. And I don't want to do that much. I want to make sure I'm doing it like breaking it more into steps. So right now, what I'm going to tell it to do is to not worry about the mentor box activation yet. Just deal with the candlestick chart and the 200-day SMA. All right, I like the prompt that you made. However, I think that's trying to do too much at once. As I'm a beginner and I'm still learning, I want you to write a new prompt that basically explains that the API key is now corrected, and what I want to do is step 1, do a data test, and then step 2, deal with the chart and the actually no, do not even do step 2, just do step 1. Just deal with the candlestick chart and the 200-day SMA on the main screen, and then I will go from there. So create a prompt. So Gemini is telling me I'm very smart to do that. That's what I told it to do from the start, but it's trying to do too much at once. We call that atomic building. Get one thing working perfectly before moving on to the next. Prevents bugs from stacking up and makes it easier for me to learn as I go and stay in the flow. So here's the focus prompt to handle only the data connection in the primary price chart. Okay. All right, so all right, I just switched folders and I switched back to the folder for the MACD mentor, and it seems like there's some kind of like freeze going on to where it won't let me type anything in the box that I usually copy and paste prompts into. And kind of like covering the box, there's a tab looking thing that says history restored. But yeah, I don't know. Do I need to like restart Claude Code? What do you think I should do? So yeah, Claude Code is basically saying I remember what we were doing, but I'm still waking up. It's likely trying to re-index the files or stuck in a loop trying to reconnect to the terminal session. So try a soft reset first. Press escape. Oh. Press Control L. This refreshes the view. Oh. It's like in the cursor. Oh, weird. That's just like typing out PowerShell in cursor. Click outside the box and then back in. Weird. Yeah, I'll show you guys what's going on in the terminal right now. Okay. See, like this box is usually up here. I'm just gonna try pasting it where it is. Maybe it's just like being weird right now like that. See what happens. Whoa. Yeah, I definitely gotta copy and paste this into to Gemini to see what's going on. Okay, I tried those suggestions that you had, and like blinking box that is usually inside the lines was like below it randomly in its own space. So I just gave it the new prompt, and it came back with a bunch of text that I'm not familiar with a lot of red error text. So I'm gonna paste that here, and you tell me what you think is going on. All right, time to stand up. Gemini is telling me it sees exactly what happened. It's a very common oops moment when using terminal-based AI tools. Pasted the prompt in the Windows PowerShell terminal instead of in the Claude Code input box. Okay, so that would make sense. How to fix this? I need to make sure that I'm inside the Claude program before I paste. Look at the very bottom line of the terminal. It says PS. Yeah, I'm not in Claude Code. I'm in like the terminal. Whoa. Oh yeah, I'm in the PowerShell terminal. That's weird. So now I know if I switch out of the folder I'm working on and then switch back into a new folder, that yeah, it's gonna put me back in the regular terminal. Okay. You are right. I am inside the PowerShell terminal. Now at this point, do I just write Claude here, or do I just trash this terminal window, open up a new terminal window, and type Claude? Yeah, trash that terminal window, open a fresh one. That's what they're saying. That's what I'll do. Okay. So I guess I don't know if Claude remembers everything from before, or if it's kind of like starting new, but I'm about to find out. Yeah, without a doubt. Learning a lot as I go, staying with the flow. You already know I got to stand up, my energy flowing. Okay, so Claude started out by saying, let me understand the current state of the project. So it looks like it went over to kind of like update itself. It probably didn't remember everything it did before. Now it understands the full picture. The current app already had everything it's saying. Uh, so yeah, I guess I should have checked that first. Okay, so now I know next time. The one thing I should have done this time, like I did too much. I should have just told it, um, I had the wrong API key. I just put in the right one. Fix that. Because now it's like going back and deleting things that I already did, but I didn't want it to do that much in the first place, so I didn't understand it did all that, and that's no problem because I can just re-add that stuff back when this is done. I definitely want to copy and paste that into cursor to let it know so that I can, if this works, I'll give it the right text. Or I mean, Gemini. So I restarted Claude Code. It went over and looked at what it had already done and what it needs to do. And apparently I gave it too much information with that prompt because I told it just to do um, the chart part of it. But I think what Claude is saying is that it already had the chart and the MACD created. So then it's taking away the MACD. I don't think that's a problem. I can just ask it to add it like after I make sure that everything is working. But I'm going to paste what Claude Code was telling me after I gave it the prompt, and just let me know if I'm right and what you think. Alright, I was right. Claude is being very obedient worker because I told it to focus strictly on phase one. Do not build a MACD. It's literally going into the code and deleting those features to give you exactly what I asked for. No, it's not a problem. In fact, for a beginner, it's actually better. It cleans up the clutter in the background. If I left the MACD and backtester code in there while the API was broken, it might have caused a chain reaction of errors. By stripping it back, I'm making sure the foundation of the price is 100% solid. So Claude is simplifying it, focusing on the 200-day SMA, verifying the success message. So once Claude finishes it, run the app, and then test the ticker. All right. So I don't know if I actually needed to type this. Yeah, it said it was not needed. So that just caused unnecessary errors, but I should fix it. Um, yeah. Okay, so I'm just trying to look at like what went wrong. I should have been way more vigilant from the start about making sure that it was like not giving it too much information. Um, and I think that was when like I did the file when I had it make the files. I think in the future I need to be like make sure that the prompt says like just create the files, don't start creating the actual app. I will give you like the app instructions next. So yeah, now it's saying open this in my browser. Now I got a new error message. Okay. Unless they changed the API. Yeah, they did. See, I would never have noticed that a week ago. Basically, not the API. Claude gave me a new URL for the local, and I would have been asked if I didn't like know to check that right away. I would have been wasting time and like asking Gemini, and but I already had that error before, so now I know and I figured it out. In the future, should be easier. Okay, still the same error message. All right, so I'm getting a different error message this time. Also, when the error message pops up, um, it shows like API key loaded, and then it gives like the first four and last four letters of the API key, and I do not want that to be there. So I will paste the error message and create a prompt for Claude Code to fix both of these things. All right, switching back to the code. And yeah, checking the so yeah, it's a different error. The error before was like it 401, it didn't know who I was. The 403 is I know who you are, but you aren't allowed to see this specific thing. So on the FMP free tier, the search API is often restricted or has different rules than the historical price API. The app is trying to search for Apple before it fetches the prices. The FMP is blocking that search. Claude added those debug lines to help us find the 401 error earlier, but I was right. We need to scrub those out now so that the key stays private on stream. And then it gives me the prompt. Fix the error, clean the UI for the privacy of the not showing that key. And then streamline phase 1. Ensure the analyze button triggers the data fetch for the enter ticker symbol immediately. And display this candlestick chart in the 200-day SMA if it was successful. Sounds good. All right, I feel like hopefully like the main hurdle with this one is over. If I had not put in the wrong API key, I will always remember to like triple check that from now on. Here we go. Wow. Oh. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm about to check my trades. Oh man. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, one of them, Doge got stopped out. So, and that was the one that I was just about to, when I was just working on setting the stop limit to break even, and then Claude Code finished, so I didn't get to do it. So, yeah, that's some crazy luck. But yeah, I'm still up. That's so weird. Only Doge did that. I don't like Doge anyway. I just kind of did it for like usually I don't trade that one. So yeah, still in Sui. That one's up 10%. The Bitcoin's up 94% now. Solana's up 12%. Ethereum's up 17%. So I'm gonna go back through and put the break evens in. Um, you already did Sui. Got to do Bitcoin. Entry price 63,315. Doesn't make sense. 66,315. That's why. That would have been stupid. Alright, it's done. I just want to make sure that I get these break evens in. Sui's good, Bitcoin's good. Gotta do Solana and Ethereum real quick. Entry price 8111. Ethereum entry price 1939. All right, ready to test. And looking at the hourly chart, I've been in these trades for saying like 8 hours. That doesn't make sense. Maybe. Oh. But yeah, it looks like it's starting to go sideways for like the past 3 hours now. So this is where I probably want to watch it to see if it starts to break down. I'll probably take some profits. Anyways, it's done. I gotta check the site again. Going back to the browser. Make sure I got the right local host URL. Still giving me the same error, it looks like. Yeah. But at least it took away that it showed like that part of the key. Like that was not right. Yeah, certain days things seem to flow, and certain days it's like it's not so much. And that's kind of today. I feel like honestly, like man, I've been trying to quit drinking coffee and drank some coffee today, and I just like find that my workflow is smoother when I'm not drinking coffee. Anyways, okay. All right, Claude got done with what it was doing and it told me to check out the site again. I went to check out the site again and it gave me the same error message, I think. I will paste it here. I guess tell me what you think and give me a new prompt for Claude Code. It's a very common trap when building financial apps. Error message has a tiny detail that explains everything. Look at the dates in the URL. The URL is asking for data from February 11th, 26 to February 18th, 26. On the free tier, you're generally not allowed to access the most recent 15 minutes of data, and often the historical price endpoint is restricted if you try to pull a range that is too recent, like the last 7 days only. FMP wants you to pay for real-time or recent data. That makes sense because like most of this is going to be used API for like traders, I'm guessing, who's going to want the, oh, that's what they would do. That makes sense. So like the other APIs weren't doing this, learning something new. I don't know why this problem didn't come up yesterday when I used the same API key. Yeah, the other ones weren't having this error, but this would make sense. They want you to pay if you get the like most recent 15 minutes. We need to tell Claude to ask for a much larger chunk of history. Usually, if you ask for the last 5 years, FMP treats it as a standard historical request and lets it through. But I thought from the beginning that's what I was trying to do, was ask it, but I guess it didn't work. So got a new prompt. The task is to fix the 403 forbidden error by changing the data request range. And it's explaining what I basically just said. And it's telling it to also double check that none of the API key is being printed to the screen or terminal. And if it still fails, the app should display basically why it failed. Okay. Yeah. Problems lead to more problems. And just gotta find a way to solve them, because that's life. Shit. And doing good, feeling great. Also, too, yeah, I was gonna bring up, like, respect everybody, no matter what. That's like, commenting, let me know what they think. Um, I've been getting like a surprising amount of people that are sending me like negative stuff, like basically like telling me I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm like, yeah, that's like the whole point, is that I'm a beginner, and like I don't know what I'm doing with a lot of this stuff, and I'm learning, and like I don't I don't really like care that people are like telling me this. So like I'm just telling them like, hey, thank you for letting me know what you think. Like it motivates me to see that like people are like letting me know. But yeah, here we go. So yeah, I just think in the future what I need to do is just like ignore that stuff, and not even like respond to it. Let's go back to the browser. I'm in the browser and try it again. Hopefully this time it's gonna be my friend. Yeah, so that, okay, it's telling me the free tier limit is reached or restricted. And I'm guessing it's not, because I'm going to try this one. And it's not on here. So that's basically what happened, was like, instead of printing the error message, Gemini gave it in the prompt to tell it no matter what, if there's an error, just say that the free tier limit is restricted. And that really doesn't help me. So I just need to explain to Gemini what's going on. I'm going to post what Claude Code said and tell it. All right. So I tried it again after it finished that last prompt, and it came back with the error message that was telling me that the free tier limit is reached or restricted, and to try again later. So then I went and tried the app from yesterday that has the same API key in, and it worked. So I think what happened is like that last prompt basically told Claude Code, if there's any kind of error, to say that the API key limit is reached. So yeah, I'm guessing that's not what the actual error is, but that's the error that came back. So I'm going to paste what Claude Code told me at the end when it finished this prompt, and then you give me an example or an explanation of what you think is going on and what you think I should do next. Yeah, hit the nail on the head. I caught a lazy programmer bug because we told Claude to show the free tier limit reach message. It's not hiding the actual technical reason why the connection is failing. Yeah, so man, Gemini was just so much better, so much sharper yesterday. It's just doing so much stuff that's out of line from what it was doing before. What's actually going on? If your app from yesterday works fine, the same key that we know the API key is fine. The limit's not reached. The problem is most certainly how the URL is being built in this specific new app. Reveal the ghost. We need to stop Claude Code from hiding the error and make it show us the raw truth so we can fix it. It's giving me a prompt. Debug the raw API response without exposing the key. Stop the false alarm thing it added that it shouldn't add, but now next time I'll catch it if it tries to do that again. To make every error message just like a standard error thing. Inspect the URL, check the headers, make sure the ticker is being forced to uppercase, and show the real error code. Alright, here we go. Trying again, something new. And if you're just tuning in, what I'm doing is I'm making an app for beginner investors that teaches them about the MACD tool. And running into a lot more errors today than I did yesterday. Essentially, I'm using a different Gemini chat than I used yesterday. And the chat I was using yesterday with Gemini, it was like doing exactly what I was telling it to do. Everything was going really smooth. Today, when I'm having it write prompts, it keeps like adding in extra steps for Claude Code to do. And I'm catching most of them, but a few of them I'm not catching. It's trying to tell it to do too much, basically. And it's having me run into problems. I made the mistake of putting in the wrong API key, so I fixed that pretty quick. But then that caused some problems, and now basically it's trying to do too much. And I'm trying to like scale it back to just go back to the original first step. And I keep getting this error. I'm trying to have it fix the error. Looks like Claude finished. Is telling me to check it again. It's gonna print if there's an error. It's gonna print what the actual error is. So now it's telling me go and try it again, basically. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this time. Oh, come on. All right. Well, at least it's showing the right error this time. So I'm going to have it look into that. The endpoint is only available for legacy users who have a valid subscription prior to August 31st, 2025. So what Gemini was saying was like, it won't show the last 15 minutes of data. So essentially, I think what it's going to have to do is instruct Claude to give me the last 5 years of data minus the last 15 minutes. I'm using the same API key as yesterday, and I'm essentially having it build like the same kind of candlestick chart. It did not have this problem yesterday. I do not know if Claude Code automatically caught this problem and fixed it on its own, and today it's just being weird and it's not catching it, and it's like kind of looping me through this error process here, but I'm going to figure it out. All right, Claude did his thing again. It told me to check the site again. I did. This time it's showing what looks like the accurate error. And I think it's what you were saying before, to where like it won't let me access the most recent 15 minutes of data. That's strange because I'm asking it to essentially build the same type of chart that I asked it to build yesterday with the same API key. So I don't know if it is automatically yesterday noticed the problem and was able to fix it on its own, and today it's not able to do that. I'm going to copy and paste here the error message I just got, and you give me an explanation of what you think is going on and what you think I should try to solve it next, and write a prompt. It's the golden ticket of error message. Tells us exactly why the app yesterday worked and why this one is failing. FMP changed their rules of the road on August 31st, 2025. But that had nothing to do with why it wouldn't work yesterday, from what I understand. The app from yesterday is likely using a newer version of the URL or a specific endpoint that FMP still considers current. The old app, Claude Code, in an attempt to be helpful, used a URL format that FMP now considers outdated. Basically, the historical price endpoint I'm hitting right now is only open to people who had accounts before August 2025. But I just started this account yesterday and it worked fine, so that's still kind of weird. FMP is slamming the door and telling you to use their updated API. Yesterday's app was likely hitting historical chart one day or a similar variation that is still active for free users. Today, Claude is trying to hit historical price full chart, which FMP recently moved behind a legacy or paid wall. So I want to modernize the endpoint. I need to tell Claude to stop using the legacy path and switch to the one that FMP currently supports for free new users. Alright, hopefully this works. The error is confirmed. We're hitting a legacy endpoint 403 error. Task switch to the modern FMP API endpoint. So we got to update the URL, align with documentation, and then test the connection and then try it again. All right, going back to Claude. And I see the first thing Claude wrote. Let me first test this to see if like this works before I like do the rest. So that's smart. Testing the endpoints. I'm going to see if I can make the screen bigger. Yeah, hopefully that's easier to read. Yeah, I want to continue. All right. Found it. Let me confirm that it works. All right. I hope this works because, yeah, if not, it's kind of like back to the drawing board. It's got to be something else. Yes, I do want to make the edit. Okay, with 1,254 records, 5 years of data. So that's how many days, because I'm doing the daily charts. So they got to pull up the record for each day. And I thought I told it that from the start, that I want to do the daily chart. But I guess it had a change of heart, and that decided to do its own art. So now I got to correct it and tell it to reject it, what it was doing. Because I'm not fluent with the way it's working today, but I'm learning a lot, so that's what I got to say. And I just keep hitting these errors and keep making progress, because if everything went super smooth every time, I would not get to exercise my mind and learn something new. So this is what I do. I just keep making progress, keep my energy up. Yeah, verify the file is clean. Now Streamlit. Do I want to proceed? Yes, I do. My idea is about to come true. In a few. Hopefully. Okay. Saying it thinks it fixed it. The app is live, the local host. Switched the way it got the information to a new endpoint. Try Apple. Hit analyze. Here we go. So, all right. Yeah. All right, that's good so far. Come on. I'm doing it in caps just to make sure. So I thought it said to automatically put it in caps, but I guess it didn't. Yeah. That is like yesterday. I don't like the design of the candlestick chart, but I can change that at the end. I had the same issue yesterday, and I know how to do that easy now. I'm getting what I want so far. Okay. Fix the big problem. Yeah. All right. Feeling good. All right. Here we go. Staying in the flow. So the yellow line is the 200-day moving average. And like I already have another tool that deals with 200-day moving averages, but this is just used on this tool to know what the trend is, so that is important with the MACD tool. Because essentially you want to know if it's above the moving average, meaning it's in an uptrend, or below it, meaning it's in a downtrend, before you apply the MACD information. Yes, all right. Yes, finally. I see what I'm trying to see. Basically, it also printed some extra text talking about the connection is successful, the API key is valid, and then like I typed in Apple in the search bar, the ticker bar, I clicked analyze, and then another message came up saying like success. It loaded 1,254 days of data for Apple. So the first thing I want to do is I don't need to tell people that the connection was successful and the API key was valid. If that is the case, then it should just automatically work. Also, after someone types in the ticker, it shouldn't have to say if it worked that it's successful. It should only show an error message if it's not successful. So I think the next thing I want to do is to make those changes. Create a prompt for Claude to make these changes. Also, one more thing. When I type in Apple into the ticker box, I typed it in lowercase and it stayed lowercase. So make it so whatever people type into the ticker, it automatically changes it to uppercase. Yeah, getting better every day. huge win. The engine is officially timed and running perfectly. I cleared the hardest hurdle in app development, the data connection. Now it's time to polish the chrome. Call this silent success. If it works, the app should do its job without bragging about it. Only if it breaks should it speak up. Exactly. Like that's what every other app I had did. So I don't know where this one got so like out of line on me. I think it has something to do with Gemini and the way it's this new chat is writing prompts. So next day I do an app, I'm gonna go back to the old chat I had with Gemini that was working really smooth for me and see if that's still the case. But yeah, I definitely do not want to use this chat again, but I'm going to continue with it because this chat has all the information from this app. So I'm just going to have to like deal with it. Here's the new prompt. Implement the silent success logic. Make sure the ticker is auto uppercase. Check the layout. Saying to check the layout to make sure it's doing what it's already doing. I guess, yeah, okay. All this extra stuff today, Gemini, that's like super redundant and unnecessary. All right, back to the coding. See what's going on with these trades real quick. Yeah. Good thing I didn't take profit already. That's something I learned because kind of like broke the trend like it was going down, but it wasn't like soon enough. I feel like a lot of people would have like taken some profits there, but I didn't, and now it went back up. So yeah, I'm trying to like incorporate in the trades I'm making every day. Kind of give you know, this information, the apps I'm building are for like beginner investors, but I'm trying to like show you guys where I'm at like with investing, like the trades I'm making, so that you guys can have an idea of like where this can all lead to. And it all starts with you know, abundance, just realizing like where the money's at, where it's flowing, and that's where you got to be going and start to learn investing. You can use these free tools. Anyone who's watching, the tools are free right now, so all you got to do is go down to the description. I got the links for all the tools. Go ahead and try them out. Any beginner investor can learn all about trading and or I'm sorry, investing. So like they shouldn't be trading yet. If you're a beginner, essentially what you want to be doing is just like looking at when to buy. And you should just be focused on like whatever stock you want to buy, find a stock you like, and just run it through all these tools to get more information to have a better likelihood of when it's a good time to buy it. And just buy a little bit. Best thing to do is dollar cost averaging, you know, whatever you can afford, like $10 a week, $10 a month just to get started. Just putting a little bit of money in and just like have a plan that you're buying and holding for a long time. And then after, you know, maybe like 6 months to a year of doing this, you're going to start to learn a lot, have a much better idea of what you did right, what you did wrong. And ultimately, once you get good at that, and then if you want to start trading, I would say that would be a good time, but start with the basics first, you know. Alright, that's weird how it didn't just automatically apply it. It like had a drop down box that did that, but I don't know if that even matters. Doesn't matter right now. Okay. Yeah, everything is good. It took away what I didn't want it to have, so next step. Awesome. Yeah, I just checked it out and it did what I wanted it to do, so I'm ready for phase 2. Adding the MACD. I do not want to do the mentor's wisdom box yet. Right now, all I want to do is add the MACD, and it should be underneath the chart. So create a prompt for Claude Code to do that. Gemini is just getting way too ahead of itself today. I'm trying to try. I keep telling it, like, I told it from the start. I was like, I want to do this one step at a time. And it keeps trying to like add in extra steps and like take steps out of line and like get ahead of where it's actually at. Huge win. Time to polish the Chrome. Phase 2, MACD engine. Copy and paste this. Instead, it's like using my language. It's like phase 1 is flowing. Like, that's not necessary to tell it that. That's extra. Add the MACD indicator underneath the price chart. Calculate the MACD. Create the visuals. Do a UI sync. Sure both charts share the same time frame. So the candles line up with the momentum bars. That's major. See, at least it's still catching like big things that I didn't add in from the start. So at least it's like it's doing extra, but it's like some of the stuff is like necessary. But then it keeps adding like the same prompt at the end to like check for something that was already taken care of, which isn't that big of a deal, I think. All right, on to the next prompt. So MACD already exists. I just need to import it and build the subplot. All right. Yeah, feeling pretty good about these trades now. Kind of broke through the error of through the zone. Change the mult to break even. It's like I'm entering into a new season on these trades. So yeah, trades I had last night. I must have only been in them for like 5 hours before I saw the price starting to like roll back over, and I didn't catch it right away, but I caught it like a little bit after it started to roll back over, so I ended up taking like half profits, and it ended up like then after I went to sleep, I think it was like I woke up and they all went back down to the where they started and lower and all stopped out. So basically like I just got like half profits, and that's the biggest. I'm getting really good at like buying at the right time into my trades, but now and before, like originally after I first got really good at buying, I would sell like way too early, because like when I was really bad at buying, like I would buy and it would just go right back down and stop me out. So I was like, oh, I gotta take some profits because I'm like so sick of getting stopped out right away. So then I started taking profits too early. Now I'm getting better at like just waiting and being patient, and going back to the browser, getting better at waiting and being patient. The MACD is there. It's not looking the cleanest, but it's clean enough. All right, that's awesome. So you can see this is the MACD. This is the main tool, technical indicator that is for the app today. So it goes with the chart, and it needs the 200-day moving average to tell what kind of trend it's in, to apply the information so that you can read and translate what's going on for beginners. Because if you're a beginner and you're just looking at this stuff, even if you knew how to read this chart and what this 200-day moving average was, chances are you're going to look at this and be like, what is going on down here? This doesn't make any sense. And you need to understand this, and then combine them together and basically like get a read. So it also added this stuff. It looks like the yellow line is the long-term trend, the 200-day simple moving average. The green box, histogram, I don't know what they're talking about. The MACD line is the blue line, and the signal line is the orange line. Okay, so this is like the two lines in the MACD. Histogram being the green box. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to wait till everything is created, and then I'm going to go back and change these like little things like this. So, all right, going with the flow. It's flowing back again. It's being my friend again. All right. So I need to tell Gemini what's going on and have it create me another prompt. All right, so the MACD is in place. Now, what do you think is the next step? Let's see if it gets it right this time. Having the MACD stacked right under the price chart is a massive milestone. Now I have the dual pane dashboard. Since I have the price, the what, the MACD, the energy, the logical next step is to add phase 3, the green wave, red flag logic, without the visual box yet. Before we build the mentor box, we need to make sure the computer can actually read the chart it just drew. Thank you for not going straight to the mentor box. I knew, okay, now, yes, Gemini is cooperating with me much more now. This is a very strange day. New chat. Chat by chat, Gemini is just different. But still, like, still better than the other LLMs, even though it's making these like small mistakes today. Claude Code prompt for the next one. Basically, MACD chart is working. Now we need to create the logic that interprets the data. Define the bullish and bearish rules. Bullish, green wave. When the MACD line is above the signal line and the price is above the 200-day SMA. When it's bearish, the red flag, the MACD line is below the signal line and the price is below the 200-day SMA. So we need to write a function that looks at the very last row of the data, today's date, should return a simple status. Terminal verification. For now, do not add anything to the website UI. Thank you. That would be too much. Just have Claude print the results to the terminal so we can verify it's working. Build the math logic to detect these crossovers and trend alignments. Awesome. So I'm starting to wonder if it's just like, you know, I start a fresh chat and it just kind of like starts from nothing, right? And it's kind of like doing what it's programmed to do its own thing. And the more I like work with it and correct it within a chat, the more it starts to like really like be my friend and like work with me instead of like trying to do its own thing. And it starts to understand like how I'm thinking better. I think that's what's going on. All right, back to Claude Code, getting the next one in so that I can win. Here we go. So yeah, looking at these, yeah, and it's going on more. All right. Ethereum's up 25%. Sui's up 10%. Bitcoin's up 125%. Solana's up 16%. Yes. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's too blurry. That's not going to work. Okay. App is running, type a ticker, hit analyze, and check the terminal. See what happens. And yeah, it's not returning but I think we didn't put the box in yet. So it's like doing the logic, but I think I still need to like put in the box to create the logic. But I'm just, because I'm not sure what's going on, I'm going to copy and paste what Claude is saying into Gemini. Okay, Claude says that it did what I told it to do in the last prompt. Told me to check Apple again. I checked Apple again on the site. It did not return any kind of analysis, so the site looks the same as before. So I'm guessing what happened is it's like doing the process, but it just hasn't like created the whatever, like the box or whatever that it's going to display it in. So I'm going to paste what Claude told me when it finished, and you tell me what you think is going on. All right. Okay, looks like I should switch back to code. So I was right. Claude did exactly what we asked. It built the brain and the math behind the background. Hasn't given the brain a mouth, the UI box yet. UI box is what it's called. Okay. If I look at the terminal window, I should see the debug current signal line printing out. This is what the app whispering to you behind the scenes. Now that we know the brain is thinking correctly, let's give it that mentor box so it can talk to the users. So the background logic is working perfectly, but I don't know that. Now let's display this wisdom on the site, create the mentor box UI, create a container, title it Mentors Market Compass. Can change that later if it looks stupid. Display the signal. If it's bullish, show a large green message. The green wave, trend is up, momentum is strong. If it's bearish, show a large red message. Red flag, trend is down, momentum is weak. If the signal is neutral, show a gray message. Yellow light, should be a yellow message. Market is mixed, wait for a clearer signal. Add the Y. Below the signal, add a one-sentence explanation based on the data. For example, the price is above the 200-day SMA, so it's going to explain what, like how it came up with that. Can now remove the print debug line from the terminal and keep the logs clean. Okay. This is good enough for right now. It's like little things I'm noticing that aren't a big deal now at this point. And I can easily change all that stuff in like one go when I'm done with the main, making sure the function of the app works. All right, so next prompt. Dude. All right. Yes. All right. It's working. So I want to make this edit. Yup. Water time. Okay, I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Seeing the light. When I started, it was giving me a fight, but I didn't let it stop me. I didn't fight back. I just said, hey, that's pretty whack. Why are you trying to do me like that? And then I just said, hey, stop what you're doing. We'll figure it out without a doubt. And it did. So now I got a lot of love to give for this process and my AI assistants for co-creating what I want to see to help to get me where I want to be, which is providing more value easily for more people. And I gotta stay good and I can't mix with the evil. So no matter what goes on, gotta stay strong, gotta stay in the light. Okay, should be able to try it. Same localhost address, it didn't change that on me again. All right. What the? I hit analyze? Oh, I just didn't hit analyze, okay. So apparently you can't just click enter, you have to hit analyze. That's something I want to change, I think. Mentor's market compass, yellow light. That's cool, so it should be in yellow. There's no yellow light there. Just instead of saying yellow light, it should just show a yellow light. Market is mixed. Wait for a clear signal. And it explains the price is above the 200-day SMA and the okay, all right. So now I think what the next step would be, and I'm gonna change these like change the yellow light thing. I'll wait till I'm done making sure the function part works, and then I'll go back and change that stuff. So I think what the next step would be to essentially do the back testing. So I'm gonna see what Claude thinks. Does the box appear below the charts, and more importantly, does the color of the box match what the charts are showing you? The color of the box does not match. I'll just do that now. Okay, so it is showing the box below the charts. However, the color of the box does not match what the charts are showing me. It says yellow light, market is mixed, wait for a clearer signal. What I want to do, instead of saying yellow light, just put like a stoplight picture with the yellow light like flashing. So like a picture of a stoplight with the yellow light lit. And then instead of saying green light, do a picture of a stoplight with a green light lit. And instead of saying red light, put a picture of a stoplight with a red light lit. Everything else is fine for now. Create a prompt to do this. Why not do something easy? Just to, that's a fantastic idea. Why didn't you think of it? Filthy. Using a visual stoplight makes the app instantly intuitive. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. Since we don't want to worry about the hosting image files yet, I don't really know what that means. Guess it's like some files that haven't probably been created that would have images in them. Can use high quality emojis or colored indicators that look like a stoplight. They scale perfectly and work on any computer. Let's try it. Whatever they think. The visual stoplight signals. So it looks like what they're doing is they're going to have me put in circles with the color instead of like they don't have a actual stoplight emoji that is easy to access right now, but that's not a big deal at all. Like the main thing is that it functions right now. So I'll do this. All right, where am I at? Right where I'm supposed to be. That's where I'm at on the build process. Want to make an edit? If it's a problem, don't fret it. Don't need the stress. It will put you in a mess. So just give thanks and stay blessed. And keep pursuing your quest. Yeah, you know, whatever I do, I'm trying to be the best. So now let's build the 5-year backtest report. That would be next as long as this works, I think. So yeah, now both Claude Code and Gemini are starting to be on the same page as me. And they're cooperating very good now. Okay. That looks much better. Now onto like the actual like meat. Stoplight emoji does not show up, but a circle with the correct color does, and that is more than good enough for right now. So back to the actual function of the app. So it looks like Claude Code is recommending that I go to the 5-year backtest report now. Do you think that's the logical next step? Yeah, it's a huge win, even if it's just a colored circle. Visual feedback, what makes the app feel alive. For Claude's suggestion to move to the 5-year backtest report, that's the perfect big brain move. Why the backtest is the logical next step. Until now, we built a tool that tells you what is happening right now. But as a beginner, you'll naturally ask, okay, but what does this green wave logic actually make money? The backtester is the time machine. It will look at the last 5 years and say, if you bought every time a green light appeared, and sold every time a red light appeared, here's how much money you would have. That's not what I want to do. Compared to just holding no. So what I want to do is I wanted to go back and look at basically like all the times in history that I'm going to switch over to explain this to the browser. I want to go back and look at, so where we are right now, we are above the SMA, so it's in an uptrend. It looks like we've been in this uptrend since August 8th. And then looking at the MACD though, the MACD just did something different within the past couple days. The MACD just crossed above the 0 line. So, which is why the price, so like right now the price is above the 200-day SMA and the MACD line is below the signal line. Looks like it is above it to me, but it's really close. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it just isn't showing the whole data. Or maybe it's got to like go back a few days. But either way, that's something. It's like real close. So yeah, no worries. So what I want to do is go back the last 5 years and say, okay, when the stock was above the 200-day SMA and the MACD was where it's at right now, given the same read, what percentage of times did the price continue to go up over the next 30 days? What percentage of time did it go down over the next 30 days? And what was the average percentage that it went up or down? Okay. So I want to change that prompt that you gave me. I want to have it collect different information. What I want to do is I want to go back in the available history, which should be 5 years, and when the price is, check when the price is um matching either above or below the SMA on the chart to what it's doing right now, and when the MACD is matching what it's doing right now so that it's giving the same signal, and go back and say each time that happened, look at the next 30 days and say basically what percentage of the time did it go up over the next 30 days, and what percentage of the time did it go down over the next 30 days, and apply that logic so it matches whatever the mentor's market compass is explaining for the current situation. And we'll add that in and go from there. So write me a prompt. Yeah, once I get past these weird problems I run into, it just starts flowing. And then I get to like the place where I'm knowing that everything is looking good and right, and feeling bright. This is a brilliant pivot. Instead of a simple strategy versus market score, I'm building a statistical confidence engine by looking for mirror days in the past that match today's exact setup. Measuring the 30-day outcome, I'm giving the user a probability score. This is exactly how quant traders and high-level weather forecasters work in the past when these two things happen together. Okay, that's what I want to do. So I'm just making sure to read the prompt that it's what it's saying it's going to do. I'm going to change the backtesting logic. So it already did that, and I didn't want it to do that. So yeah, I got to make sure when I start these out that I'm like super clear with AI that it's only doing the one step at a time, because it's telling it to do way too much. Instead of a full strategy report, I want a historical pattern match based on the current signal. Calculate the 30-day forward return probabilities for the current setup. Identify the current setup. Loop through the entire 5-year history of the data. Find every date where the signal was exactly the same as today's. Today is bullish. Find all previous bullish days. Ensure there is at least 30 days of future data after each match to measure the outcome. For every matching day found, calculate the percentage change of the price 30 days into the future. And then track two things: winning percentage and average return. And then update the UI. Awesome. That's what I wanted to do. We're on the same page again. See, it came up with that backtesting strategy. I told it at the beginning that I wanted to do backtesting, and I didn't explain what kind of backtesting I wanted to do. And it just decided to go ahead, I guess, and make up its own backtesting plan. And the plan it made up was nothing like what my vision was. So yeah, I had to autocorrect it. Had to let it know where I wanted it to go and get back in the flow. And even though today it seems like this stuff is moving slow, I already know I'm getting to where I want to be and seeing what I'm trying to see. So I gotta give thanks for that. You know, making progress. Want to edit it, yeah. Yeah, I want to proceed. It's about time to sit down. Alright, Claude Code is saying to test now the new site and show it the terminal output. And I'm really wondering how necessary it is to actually show it. The output, I mean, if I tell it it's fine, like, I think that should be fine. Okay. Chart MACD, Mentors Market Compass, but no UI box. I'm thinking it did the math, it did the process, but it hasn't set up a UI box yet. Alright, so no need to worry or fret. There we go. The flow, okay. I'm just going to double check what Claude said. So the Mentors Market Compass now includes a historical probability line below the signal. I did not see that there. No, it does not include that. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste what Claude Code said it did. Oh, okay, I see. The history line only appears for bullish or bearish signals, not neutral, since mixed signals aren't a meaningful pattern to match. That's what it's saying. It didn't. Then it should at least say that, I feel like. So let me try a different stock and see what happens. Let me try Nike. Okay. Yellow light caution. Gotta find one that's not neutral signal. How about Coinbase? Yellow light caution. So I thought of both. I mean, this is looking to me like MACD line is just starting to cross. But yeah, I just gotta, that doesn't matter. What I want to find out right now is find a stock that is going to show a response. I feel like the whole market's probably in a caution phase right now, though. Nope. Awesome. NVIDIA is giving a green wave. Go. Historical probability in the last 5 years, this setup appeared 398 times, 70.1% of the time the price was higher 30 days or later, with an average move of 9.92. But you know what I want to do? I do want to see if it can, when the price is neutral, show the back testing. Like, I get it. It's saying like it's neutral, be cautious, just wait. But it's still good to know. And then it'll have something to show so that people understand the whole plan of this app. All right. All right, so Claude did his thing, and I went to check the app. So I checked Apple, and Apple, because it was neutral with the yellow light, it did not show any backtesting data. Claude Code said that if there's a neutral yellow light signal, that it will not show the backtesting data. I understand why it did that, but I still want to show backtesting data even when it's neutral. So can you write a prompt that Claude will still create the data no matter what the signal is? All right. Why the yellow data matters. When the light is yellow, the market is at a crossroads. The indicator is saying go and the other is saying wait. By showing what happened the last 50 times of that exact disagreement, I give the user the power to see if a specific stock usually breaks higher or lower from that spot. That's what I want to do. So remove signal constraints. The logic for mirror days, for neutral days, find every date in the 5-year history where it was neutral. Display all outcomes. Display the same metrics. Safety buffer. If a specific setup is so rare that it happened fewer than three times. Display sample size too small for historical probability, less than 3 occurrences. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I woke up early today. I only slept like 6 hours, and I woke up and I was like, man, ready to get back to it and keep working on this stuff. But I was feeling a little tired, so I was like, yeah, I've been trying to quit coffee. I'll just drink some. I do not like coffee. I feel like coffee. I feel like I would have caught some of these errors if I had not drank coffee today. I feel like I wouldn't have like sped through this process as much. I would have yeah, coffee for some reason, man. I'm having a tough time quitting it. I've quit and then I'll start drinking it again, and then I'm like, dude, I don't like coffee. But anyways. Oh man. Alright, now it's telling me it's done and I should test it again. See if it is my friend. I'm gonna go back to Apple because I know that one is neutral. Analyze Apple. Maybe it's because I didn't type it in capital letters. Okay, historical probability in the last 5 years, this setup appeared 353 times. 54% of the time, the price was higher 30 days later with an average move of 1%. So that is very good to know because people can see now, especially beginners, that when it's in this this yellow light, the caution phase, that like 50% of the time it goes up and like 50% of the time it goes down. So it's really telling you like, you know, like it's really hard to predict. It's really hard to give you a likely statement of what's going on with this tool when it's the price is in this range. So in that case, you'd probably, if you want to know more about Apple, you'd probably want to go and try out a different tool and keep trying different tools until you get a tool that gives you a much better read. And but then you also know that other tools are telling you that it's not probable to predict right now, so you got to keep all that in mind. And we go. What's the next thing? I'm going to take a guess on what the next thing that I should bring to this project would be. From what I see, I should do like last time what I did with under the backtesting part right here. I did like a list of like the last maybe like 20 instances and showed like the price where it started from the time it read it. So like those 353 times, it would show where the price was when it like took that snapshot, and then show where the price is 30 days later and show the percentage of the move. So at least that way you get, and have it be the most recent ones. So that gives you like a better idea. Like if you're looking at like ESPN, here's my analogy, looking at ESPN and you see that your team has a record of like, you know, 35 and 12, but you want a more accurate understanding of how they've been playing recently, and it usually shows on ESPN like the last 5 games, the win or loss record. So that gives you a better idea of like how they're playing right now. So that's what I want to do. All right, into the next step. Yes, the historical data probability is looking like it should look like. So I think what I want to do next is show the last 10 instances that the backtesting found and list them starting from most recent going down to least recent, and then list the price where it did the backtest, and then the price 30 days later, and then what the percentage of the move was. And this should be underneath the mentor's market compass. Create a prompt to do this. So we're going to create a clean professional table right under the compass box. It'll show the date when the pattern matched, the price start, what the stock cost that day, the price 30 days later, what it cost a month later, the percentage of the move. That's what I wanted to do, making sure the prompt is right. Display a table of the 10 most recent historical matches, the data extraction, modify the logic to return the 10 matches for each instance, capture date, entry price, price 30 days later, and percentage change, build the UI table. Yeah, looking good. All right. So yeah, back to the code, put in the prompt. Yeah. Is moonwalking. Sliding and moonwalking. So with these trades, I feel like the biggest mistake what I make right now, and this is helping me understand how I'm gonna make later apps. Because what I think I want to do is make a project. Once I get all these apps made for the beginners, it'll be like an education station for beginner investors, and it's gonna get them set up. And then like I want to have like something that goes on to like help you graduate. Like once you graduate from a beginner, what's next? And I think I want to do some kind of AI investing coach that goes with it, and looking at like the mistakes I make, and it's going to help me understand how to program that so that people will be able to tell AI what they're doing, and AI will come back with information, and over time it'll like let them know where their like weaknesses are, where their strengths are, where they need to improve with their investing. And I could have like a whole awesome thing. So I just gotta refresh. Or maybe not, I'll just try without refreshing. Yeah, it did it. Could look a little bit nicer, but that's fine. I don't need to worry about that right now. So that's the main thing I want to show. It's like the win-loss record. Like the last 4 times happened quite recently, since like 12:30. So like since the end of last year to now, 4 times it's been in this same spot, and it's gone down every time and made those moves down. Oh, I gotta show the browser. Yeah, so here's the new update, and as you can see, it shows the last 10 instances. The last 4 were all, they went down, but then like the 6 before that all went up. Um, so yeah, I think that more has to do with probably like market structure probably changed. But these are all relatively recent. Um, 30-day outlook though. So okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so everything's good right now. This is like almost done. I think I'm gonna go back to my Word doc and check out the original plan, make sure that everything is covered. We got the core function, the data, um, the visuals, we got the dashboard, got the plain English logic, the translator of what's going on, the time machine, the backtesting system, the disclaimer should be there. Yup. Mobile friendly, I still haven't checked that yet, but that's after everything is done. Yeah, I think anything from here is really optional. So I'm gonna go back to Gemini and be like, yeah, I think we did it. Anything else is like, what do you think? All right. Everything I wanted to include for backtesting data appears to be there. Do you have any suggestions on anything else to add to this app project? Built an incredibly solid foundation. You have the eyes, the chart, the energy, the MACD, and the experience, the backtester probability. Take this from a cool tool to a professional grade dashboard. Here are 3 logical directions you could go next. The bullseye watch list. Right now, you have to type in a ticker every time. A watch list sidebar would let you save your favorite stocks and see their stoplight status at a glance without clicking anything. I like the idea of that, but I'm wondering how much API calls it's going to cost each time it does that. A sidebar that lists 5 to 10 tickers. Next to each ticker shows a tiny green, yellow, or red circle. Can instantly see if the green wave is hitting your whole portfolio or just one stock. Relative strength index, the RSI. No, I've already got an RSI tool. The risk reward calculator. This is the most practical feature for the real trader. Small input area where you type in your account size. Like say you've got $1,000. Based on the current price and the 200-day SMA, the app tells you exactly how many shares to buy, so you don't lose more than 1% of your account if the trade goes wrong. Oh, that this is showing me how little Gemini understands about trading. First off, it shouldn't be telling people how many shares to buy, because I think it should know that that would be, I think, against. I'm guessing that's against the rules of the SEC. Um, okay, so really, like, if you don't want to lose more than 1% of your account, then you set a stop limit so that you don't lose more than 1% of your account. And that has nothing to do with, I guess, yeah. So that could be another, that actually, I think that would be better for like its standalone app. like trading best trading practices app or something. That would be super simple though. That's something that just anyone could ask like AI, like what are the rules I should follow when I'm trading. Yeah, I don't see any of these as being something I need to add. So I'm just looking at this to see what I can change to make it look better. Yeah, I want to change that chart because that is a really sorry looking candlestick chart. I do not want to add any of those suggestions. The first thing I want to do now is make the candlestick chart look better. Those candlesticks look not very good. So yesterday I had the same issue and we were able to make it look much better. I'm not sure where it got the information to make the chart look better, like real candlesticks, and make the chart better. But yeah, I want the chart to be able to, so you can like scroll and you can like look back in time and it'll label it clearer so you can tell like where in time it is, and also have better borders around it so that you can easily tell that it's different, that there's like a divider between this chart and the MACD. So yeah, make the give me a prompt to do these things. And I could just leave it like this, like the function is good, but I feel like these are some easy things to make it look better. Also, I just thought of a good thing. I wanted to have like an explanation of how the MACD by itself works, because it's like combining the chart and the MACD and giving me a read. But I also want to help beginners by having some like education. Yeah, I want to have an education station. That'll be next. And I have a feeling that this prompt is not going to do what it did yesterday, but I'm about to find out. I think what this prompt is doing is trying to like make it have it create its own candlesticks, and that always looked weird. So I think what I had to do yet, so it automatically 3 days ago just did it, and then yesterday I had to like coach it on how to make it like it was the day before. But I was on the same. That makes more sense. I was on the same chat that I used like 2 days in a row. So I was like, dude, we did this yesterday and it was fine. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's right. You did that yesterday. And then they told the same thing. Now I'm on a different chat and it doesn't remember that probably. So, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how it turns out. All right. Do I have it? Oh, yeah. I gotta switch back over to. That's right. So, I'm gonna try it. Okay, so the charts, no, that's not, like it got a little bit better. It added this box, which helps, but not when the chart looks that bad. MACD maybe looks a little bit better, but I didn't ask it to do that. I do not like how it's zooming out at all. Should be showing the dates underneath and everything. Okay. Alright, that did what I thought it was gonna do. I'm understanding this way better. Alright. Alright, so it did some of the stuff that I wanted to do, but for the most part, it still looks pretty bad in my opinion. I had a similar issue yesterday, and essentially what I asked it to do was to look at the way TradingView sets up its charts, and it did that, and it came back, and the chart was like really good. It put a TradingView logo on the bottom of it, and I'd rather not have to do that if like I don't have to. But yeah, I just want to use that as like a model for how I want the chart to look. And also like it doesn't list the time frame. It should be listing the time frame underneath the chart. It only lists the prices going up the side of the chart. And don't worry about the MACD chart for right now. Just focus on the candlestick chart with the 200-day SMA. Create a prompt to do what I'm trying to do. Okay, Gemini understands what is missing. When Claude previously looked at TradingView, it likely pulled in specific CSS and layout configurations that mimic a dark themed high precision financial terminal. And it's giving me the default Plotly look, which feels like a generic science graph rather than a trading. Okay, so you understand that I asked you to look at TradingView from the beginning, and you said to go with this Plotly thing because it was a new chat, and you didn't know that I've already been through all this. Wow, I'm starting to learn how to avoid these mistakes more and more each time. We can get that high end look back without the logo by being very specific about the grid and padding and the axis styling. So here's the prompt. Now I put it into the code. Yeah, make the edits. Okay, it says it's done. I'm gonna try it and hopefully it worked. Uh, Oh, it's getting confused because it's like trying to update the MACD chart and the candlestick chart at the same time. I think that's what's going on. At least they're like moving together when I scroll and stuff, but yeah, it still does not look as good as the other days at all. Okay, this made very minimal improvements. I'm not sure why. Yesterday, it was very easy to make it going from looking bad to looking good in one prompt. Today, I'm guessing the problem is that it's trying to update the MACD chart and the candlestick chart at the same time. I don't know. It's got the dates under the MACD and the candlestick. It should be better separation between the candlestick and the MACD, and I want to have the dates underneath the candlestick chart. They could also be underneath the MACD too. Also, when you zoom out, there's like blank space at the end of the chart and at the beginning of the chart. It should just be so like the chart starts, the candlesticks start where the charting area begins and stop where it ends. Also, the candlesticks do not look like actual candlesticks. So I'm not sure what you need to do to make it look like I want it to look. I hope you understand how I want it to look, but let me know what you think. The reason it looks bad right now is because Plotly is trying to be a general math tool instead of a dedicated financial terminal. When you zoom out and see blank space, it's usually because it's set to a linear date type that includes weekends and holidays when the market is closed. No, that's not what's going on. Oh man, dual chart logic. Since the MACD and candlesticks are in subplots, Claude is likely getting confused about which axis belongs to which start chart. No, it's not missing dates or double labels. Default Plotly charts have huge invisible borders. Okay, so I think the problem is it keeps trying to use this Plotly. Um, okay, my guess of what the problem is that it's using Plotly. I do not remember using Plotly for any charts before. Can you explain to me what Plotly is it what Plotly is for? Is it just being used to create the chart? All right, just trying to stay cool. This is doing a lot for me. Running into some problems. I'm spot on. Plotly is almost certainly the culprit. Plotly is a general purpose library for graphing. It's great for bar charts and pie charts, but often struggles to. Okay. So if I was the chart looked good yesterday, I was likely using TradingView lightweight charts. Plotly is like a multi-tool Swiss Army knife, good at everything, master of none. Makes no sense. TradingView lightweight charts. It's built exclusively for stock prices. It handles the no weekends logic automatically. The no weekend has nothing to do with anything. Okay, yeah, I need to make sure that I go back to the same chat that I had yesterday when I work tomorrow because this one is very, very annoying. All right, I was just reading the prompt and your instructions. I definitely want to change from Plotly to the trading view for the chart. Um, Actually, both charts. Now, you are talking something about the gaps on the weekends. That is not the problem. Those gaps are not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about there's a gap between between the end of the chart and where the actual like border of the chart ends. I'm hoping TradingView automatically fixes this. I do not want to do anything with the gaps inside the actual candlestick chart. Those are supposed to be there. What I do want to do is make sure that the chart, the beginning and the end of the chart, are both touching the borders of the chart like it should be on TradingView. So create a new prompt that does what I'm telling you to do right now. Okay. Next time it tries to recommend me to use Plotly, I'm going to be like, nope. We want the edge-to-edge look. That's how I should phrase it, okay. Where the chart actually fills its container and touches the borders without these annoying white margins on the left and right. There's not white. No, no, no. Okay. They're getting closer. All right, there is still something that you don't understand. The white margins between the end of the chart and the border are good. I want to keep those there. I'm talking about the first candlestick and the last candlestick should be touching the edges of the chart. When I scroll out, there's a lot of blank space between the edges of the border of the chart and the beginning and end of the chart. There should not be. So create a new prompt that's adding that to what we are already trying to do. Oh man. All right. Here's me now perfectly. Not talking about the app's layout on the screen, talking about the dead air inside the chart graphing area itself. Yes. And Plotly, I don't care about Plotly. Come on. And TradingView engine is the perfect solution to this. That's what I've been telling you from the start. Okay. All right, I think this should work. We'll see. Get me to where I want to be. So I'm starting to get hungry. My patience. Yeah. I'm out of my protein drink. I already think I know what I'm going to eat. I'm so close to being done. Like, might as well run through it and get it done. I'm going to take a note, I think, to show the window of the LLM that I'm using on it too. Okay, error, fixing the error. telling me it has to install something with Python for the chart I'm trying to use. Yeah, so I'm seeing like with the AI, I'm seeing with the AI what can happen is like the more I use the same chat for the LLM, the better it understands what I'm doing. But if I use the same chat too much, it starts getting slow and it starts to forget. So there's like a sweet spot. So when I first start a chat, I have to be very thorough that it's doing what I want it to do because it will like try to kind of like go in its own direction even more. And I have to keep bringing it back to my vision and what I want. And then as I keep doing that, if I do that more from the start, I think it should adjust quicker because when I stay on it too long, like I was saying, it'll forget. So if I take too long to let it keep doing its own thing and adjust it, that'll be a problem. So there's like, I'm guessing in the future, like they'll be able to make it so you can have longer chats and longer sessions and it'll still remember all your information better. But where it's at, the state of AI right now, yeah, you gotta really know what you're doing because it can definitely lead you down the wrong path very easily. And if you don't catch it, it'll only get worse. You gotta catch it right away because yeah, we ran into a lot of problems today. Learned a lot. Yesterday was much smoother. Um, Coffee and coding does not go together well for me. Like, it's got me wanting to move through it more quickly, and yeah, I'm learning every day. Doing this every day is helping so much because, like, yeah, if I only did this like once a week, yeah, want to proceed, yes. No worries, no stress. Just trying to do my best. Okay. So yeah, we had to do a lot to erase. Now I know if it tries to tell me to use this Plotly again, I'm gonna tell it no from the start. So hopefully everything is good right now. I'm gonna try it again. And I'm glad I got that is what I want. Yes. The MACD is much clearer. Okay. That is so much better. I want to be like, hey, never, never recommend Plotly again. But I know that I'm going to have to use a new chat eventually, and now I know just to tell it that and to catch it right away. Learning so much about building finance stuff. Yeah, this is candlesticks still. When you scroll way in, they look better. Okay, which would kind of make sense because it's looking at 5 years. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Because it should just start zoomed out, I think. Yeah, you can zoom out so far that they look like real candlesticks, but I see. Yeah, this is Looking good. Now I just want to add the education stuff, and I want to try a chart that has a NVIDIA. Okay. The green wave. And so this is good to know that I put in the most recent historical matches, because like right here for NVIDIA, historically in the last 5 years, when this setup appeared almost 400 times, 70% of the time the price was higher 30 days later. However, if you look at the last 10 times this happened, 70% of the time it went down. So that is very helpful to know. Yeah, everything is looking like how I like it. I want to get a education station. All right, switching back to code. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this now. So far, everything looks good. Looks how I want it to look. There's one more thing I want to add, and that is an education station. And essentially what I want to do is have two different boxes. I want to have one box underneath the MACD chart that explains the lines on the MACD chart and how the MACD chart works. Then, underneath the recent historical matches, I want to put more education based on explaining in simple terms how this information is gathered from reading these charts, so that it can basically coach a beginner investor on, okay, it stopped listening to me. I need to type it now. Okay, I want to put more education based on explaining last step. Then just gotta push it, GitHub, Vercel, link tracking, live test. I'm good. All right. Okay, for the MACD mastery under the MACD chart, this box should be titled inside the MACD engine. No, it should not be inside the engine. Should be outside underneath it. Okay. Then in the prompt, it says to do the right thing like how I wanted. Yeah, this prompt looks good. Putting it into I don't know if I switch back to browser, but I'm just showing you what I'm trying to do right here. Yeah, so now the chart looks good. And right underneath the chart, I want to put explanation of like how the MACD tool works, because that's like the main focus for this tool or this app. So it's going to have information on explaining to beginner investors like how the MACD works, like what is going on here. And then under here, under this, we're going to put like education station that explains like everything that's going on and how it makes up its like mind what information to tell, so that a beginner can understand. They can know the plan. Oh yeah, changing back to the code. More water. Okay, it says it's done. And now like all these changes, like, man, it was like taking so long to like process the beginning, and that's because it was trying to do way too much. So refresh. I'm gonna test NVIDIA. That's the main thing people, yeah, okay. So the main thing people need to know is that like it explains all the different parts on the MACD charts. The main thing, key takeaway, when the MACD line crosses above the signal line, momentum is shifting bullish. When it crosses below, momentum is turning bearish. And I would hope that beginners understand bullish and bearish. And then Mentor's Masterclass, the strategy. I like how they use the weather analogy. Wow, yeah, this is good. History doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. Now we are on the same page. Now you are understanding this better. Okay, I'm starting to think maybe I can even use this chat to start tomorrow. Scan the last 5 years to find every day that had the exact same season plus weather combo as today. Then measure what happened 30 days later. The 10 most recent examples are shown in the table so you can see how similar weather behaved in the past. Yeah. Yes. I'll put up both arms if my shoulder was not injured. Man. Getting better though. It's been like 3 days and yeah, getting better. Getting better. It's not as bad as I thought it was. Definitely had other shoulder I injured worse and it's totally fine now. So yeah, just got to keep on resting that arm and I'll be fine. All right. This one took like an extra hour than took yesterday. If that makes sense. Learned a lot from the mistakes. Learned so much. Yeah, this is looking good. Okay. All right, everything looks good for how I want it to look right now. I'm thinking the next step is going to be to send it to GitHub. What do you think the next step should be? Saying before I do that, I should, crucial step, make the app cloud ready. Need to have a requirements.txt file. Think of this as like a grocery list for the internet. I put the app on GitHub and then try to run it on a server. The server won't know which tools to install unless I give it the list. Okay. Do not remember having to do this in the past. It was like it automatically did that before. Add a README file too. I didn't ask it to do that. Definitely need a git ignore file too. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and I noticed somebody at the beginning, like the only comment today was that someone was talking about at the beginning when I was explaining like the process and the planning. They were like basically saying like you're still talking like you're not coding yet. And I think it's providing a lot of value to like do the planning and explanation and stuff and show the app I made from yesterday. But let me know in the comments like if you guys really just want to see just straight coding and like you want me to do that stuff. Like maybe I could just explain it while like start coding right away and then I can explain that stuff while I'm coding. Let me know what you think. Trying to get better every day. Okay, repo is ready for Git in it and push whenever you are. So I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini and ask it, do I need to do anything on GitHub first? Alright, Claude says that it is ready. I'm going to paste everything Claude said. Let me know if I need to do anything on GitHub first. So yeah, just got to go on GitHub, create the new repository, name it and description, name it something like Market Compass. No, I'm going to name it the name that we came up with that you forgot that you always remembered before. Gemini, come on, man. I thought we were friends, man. MacD Mentor. Description. MacD technical analysis tool for beginner investors with backtesting. That is good. All right, create repository. Now, in the GitHub repository, look for the link that says uploading an existing file. Gotta stand up. Sitting down too long. I'm almost done. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. empty GitHub repository page. Look for the link that says uploading an existing file. Open the project folder on my computer, select all files, drag them into the browser. I've never had to do that before. Why are you telling me to do this? I'm just going to go with what Claude Code says on this one. Git init and git add and git commit. Because Gemini, I feel like, is leading me down a very strange path that doesn't make sense, that I never had to do before. That is extra steps. Wow. I learned a lot today. A lot of mistakes, learned a lot. Still doing what it does. So essentially what I'm looking for, if it worked, I can go on GitHub and it should be showing the files. I am wondering what I'm looking at with usage right now. Seven percent of my weekly limit is used. Current session, 12% used. All right. And I feel like I am starting to learn enough that I'm ready soon to switch to the faster model. Yeah, I didn't need to do that stuff that... Awesome. Alright, so now I'm going to refresh and the file should be there. Nope, so I need to give it... I feel like I need to give it the... just push it to GitHub. Yeah, alright, so I guess they didn't push it, they just made sure all the files were good, and now should push it and okay. I'm gonna see what Gemini says. So Claude, it looks like it has done most of the work for GitHub. I created the repository on GitHub for the project. I'm going to paste what Claude told me right here and let me know what I need to do next. I'm guessing it's just give it the URL that GitHub gave me. No more coffee. Man, I'm done with coffee, man. I know I say that, but then, like, it's exactly what Claude needs. Alright, Claude, I've created the repository on GitHub. Here's the URL. Initialize Git and push the code. Yes, I want to proceed. It says my code is live on GitHub. Let's see. Yes, it is. I see the folders. Awesome. All right. I was saying, do I want to deploy it to Streamlit Cloud? I don't even know what that is. I don't think so. What is Streamlit Cloud? Claude is asking me if I want to deploy it to that next. I'm already using Vercel. Is this basically the same thing as that? And if not, what are the differences? Same family of tools. They both handle the headache of servers and hosting for you, but they're built for completely different types of engines. Since I built my app in Python using Streamlit is better. So I'm not sure why I use Streamlit, but okay, I guess I'm learning Streamlit now. So now I know if it uses if I build the app in Python using Streamlit, then I should not be going to Vercel. Okay. Vercel is designed for stateless apps, but this is like the exact same type of app that I built yesterday that I put on Vercel. I'd rather keep them all in the same place. Vercel can run Python, but it prefers functions like a simple API. Running a full interactive dashboard with a moving sidebar and real-time trading view charts is exactly what Streamlit Cloud was born to do. Yeah, why not? Guess I'm learning something new again. Getting tired, but I'm so close to being done, so I'm just gonna run with it. Another verification code. Okay. So it looks like I just got to, should be able to recognize it from GitHub. Nothing under my apps. Create your first app now. Yeah, deploy from GitHub. Settings, yep, this is where the please provide environment variables. Okay, so I can't show my screen, but I got to show the files. Copy and paste the environment variable. Oh man. Paste GitHub URL. Okay. Wow. And the problem is deploying an app, paste GitHub URL. It's that should be the right one, I think. No, that's just like my username on GitHub. That's not the actual URL. Okay. So I ran into a problem with Streamlit. I put in my API key and it's telling me the information that it automatically put in is wrong. So I'm going to paste it here and you can tell me what I need to do to get it the right information. Signed in with GitHub. Click inside that box. Okay, I'm just looking for my URL that is gone after I got the files in. No, I copied it onto that Word document. That is awesome. Okay. Now main file path is all I need, I think. I don't know what my main code is. Okay, when I look at my GitHub files, I don't know what my main code is to know what the file name is. How do I know that? I'm just gonna try what it's recommending because saying that doesn't exist. About this. Guess I'll know if it worked if it works live and not locally. My app is in the oven, showing me pictures of food right now. Like oh man. So error parsing secrets. I must have put in the wrong folder name. Okay. I still didn't know which folder was right, so I used your suggestion for the most common default. It started processing. It pulled up the home screen of the app with just like the label, the name on the app, and it gave me this error message. Should have stuck with that same window. Okay, go to the Streamlit dashboard. Find your app, click the three dots and settings. Dude, you know I didn't use FinHub. Unless I think I see what the problem is. They want... Okay. So Gemini is being really uncooperative today. And it's telling me to paste my FinHub API key, but it knows I did not use FinHub. So I think what the difference here is in this Streamlit, there's like space between the key and the equals and the equals and the key. So I think shouldn't have deleted that. It's all good. So I'm gonna go back. weird. Invalid format. Wow. Had to be something new. Okay. Alright, first off, I'm using FMP, not FinHub. I copied and pasted the FMP API key exactly like it was on the .env file. And I'm getting this error message. System is very picky. They want you to write it differently here. Weird. Okay, I'll try that. Gotta put quotes around it. Save changes. Please work. Please work. Yes. Worked. It's good. Alright, it said it worked, and then I clicked the app through Streamline, and it pulled up the app, and it looks like it is working fine. Does Streamline have built-in analytics that I can hook up? So they have analytics, but they're not as good as Vercel or Google Analytics, whatever. Now I know not to use Streamline again. You don't need to hook up anything for the basics. Streamline automatically does it. Awesome. Just saying, tested in my phone. I'm just having Claude Code do some analytics. And after that, I would test it in my phone. Yeah, I'm so close now. So many issues today, and I know why. Started a new chat. That old one was working so sweet for me. But I was also switching on the old one between making the apps and what do you call it? optimizing my like streaming setup. And that's when I could tell when I spent too much time switching in between, it started to get messy. So I started a new chat. That was like the biggest thing that I think caused all this extra time at work today. Didn't remember all the stuff I did before. It tried taking me down the wrong path a lot, had me use a lot of things I hadn't used before for tools, and that caused a lot of problems. Had me doing all these extra steps when I didn't want to do them. That caused so many problems. But I feel like Claude Code was being more cooperative today, and the man, I need some food. Take a break. Claude Code was being more cooperative today, and Gemini was being less cooperative. So, um, as long as this works with the tracking, then all I need to do is check it on my phone. I feel like it should have been done by now, but who knows? Now wrap the UI logic in the track block with the password loaded from env. And still working on. Shouldn't even have worried about the analytics. I should have just been like, I'll do that later. Okay, it's done. Yeah, hanging in there for the last stretch, man. Uh, Essentially, I'm done. I created the app. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm hungry. Created the app. Today was definitely a struggle. Takeaway. Coffee and coding does not go too well for me. I do not like it. Has me rushing through it too much when I need to like make sure everything's good. And let's see what else. Starting a fresh chat made things more difficult. I need to make sure when I start a fresh chat, I give some guidelines about what I don't want it to do and what I want it to do. Um, learned certain tools do not work that well for finance. So if it recommends for me to use those tools again, I'm gonna be like, nope. And other main takeaways, it's easier. I would rather go through Vercel than Netlify or this new one, Streamlit. Make sure that I be very clear in the future with the LLMs about sending too much information to Claude Code, especially when it comes to creating the file structure, because I think that's the main thing where I went wrong. When I had them create the file structure, it included way too much information about like what I wanted to build with the app, and it went and like built everything, and then I had to like change things because things weren't working. And yeah, um, dude, okay, what is going on now? Does it work still? Yeah, still works. Awesome. Should have analytics on it. I don't know what they're coming through. Streamless running the app and it's working. Now I got a crazy looking URL. I don't like this URL. It's not clean like the ones in Vercel. But now I know and I learned something new. So yeah, I created the MACD mentor. I hope you got some value off of today and what I had to say. And I'm always trying to bring you more value with no delay. Give thanks to everybody, whether they're bringing me negativity or positivity. I appreciate you tuning in, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate all your help. And you know, not everybody's gonna like you. Not everybody's gonna encourage you. I shouldn't even respond or give any energy to people when they send me negativity, even if I'm just like telling them, you know, thanks for the motivation. It's just something I should ignore for sure. Can't feed into it like that. I can't give that kind of negativity my energy because then things don't flow as well afterwards. So yeah, you know, trying to stay positive. That was a hurdle today, man. Like ran into a lot of problems, learned a lot. The roughest days sometimes bring the biggest lessons. So give thanks for everything because it's all a blessing. And as long as you got life, you really got everything. Trying to say love and joy is all I bring. So until next time, I'm out without a doubt, and hopefully everyone is doing well. And I'll see you guys next time with the next app. Getting better every day. So I'm trying to stay